Chapter 9. After all, Nian Bing had been practicing magic for many years, and her mental strength was strong to a certain extent. She coughed to cover up her embarrassment and said, "Miss, hello, I'm here to look for Senior Hua Tian. Is he here?" The young girl sized up Nian Bing a few times and asked with some doubt, "Who are you? Why are you looking for him?" Hearing the young girl's question, Nian Bing couldn't help but think of her master and sighed. "I'm here on my master's dying wish, to pay a visit to Senior Hua Tian." The young girl still didn't believe Nian Bing and asked, "Who is your master?" Nian Bing frowned and said, "A disciple shouldn't mention her master's name. My master used to have a nickname called Ghost Chef." Hearing the two words Ghost Chef, the young girl was startled, opened the door and walked out. Nian Bing was finally able to see her appearance clearly. She was wearing a blue shirt and pants, except for her head. Her entire body was wrapped in clothes. The collar was high, protecting her neck, and her exquisite figure was curvaceous. A pair of beautiful blue eyes were staring at her without blinking. The blue of her eyes was different from her own. Hers was the deep blue of the sea, while hers was the clear blue of the sky without any impurities. Nian Bing was surprised to find that the young girl was extremely tall. Even with her height that was much higher than the average person, she was only half a head taller than her. Her pair of slender thighs were covered in long pants, giving people a soul-stirring sense of beauty. The young girl saw that Nian Bing was sizing her up, and the shyness on her face became more prominent. She probed, Are you Senior Zha's disciple? You just said dying wish. Could it be that Senior Zha has already?" Nian Bing nodded sadly and said, "My master just passed away. Miss, is Senior Hua Tian here?" The young girl looked at Nian Bing with some doubt and said, "The Senior Hua Tian you mentioned is my master, but I heard from my master that Senior Zha only had one disciple, Fatso. But you're not fat. Moreover, my master said that Senior Zha's body is very healthy. How could he die so easily?" Nian Bing looked at the girl's serious expression, and the sadness caused by Jiaji's death actually faded a little. She laughed and said, "Everyone has their own ups and downs. Who can say for sure how long they will live? What, do you think I'm a liar? The last time Senior Hua Tian saw me, I was only 11 years old. That was 7 years ago. I was fat back then, but that doesn't mean I'll be fat when I grow up. I'm that fatso you're talking about." A cold light flashed in the girl's eyes. She insisted, "Unless you take out something that can prove your identity, I won't let you see my master." Nian Bing said helplessly, "I remember that the last time I came back, Senior Hua Tian didn't seem to have accepted a disciple. Since you want proof, then take a look at this." As he said that, he reached into his bosom and took out the morning dew dagger that Hua Tian had made. When the girl saw the morning dew dagger, her eyes immediately lit up. She took the dagger and gently stroked the seemingly rusty scabbard. Feeling the chill from the scabbard, she muttered, that's right. This is it. Morning dew dagger." Her hand moved to the gemstone on the hilt. When she touched the diamond-shaped gemstone that emitted a cold aura, she was already somewhat convinced. Nian Bing looked at the treasured blade in the girl's hand and said, "I call it the sigh of the ice snow goddess." The girl was stunned and said, "What a beautiful name, but it sounds a little sad. Why do you call it that?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "I can't tell you this. It's my own secret. Beautiful miss, you can now bring me to see Senior Hua Tian." The girl nodded and walked inside with the morning dew dagger in her hand. "Follow me." Nian Bing followed the girl into the courtyard of the shop. It was still as empty as the last time. The furnace was placed in the center of the courtyard, and there were some other things beside it that seemed to be combustion-supporting materials. The girl brought Nian Bing into the room inside. This time it was daytime, so Nian Bing could clearly see the dilapidated appearance of the two single-story houses. It seemed as if they would collapse at any time. The girl walked to the door and suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look at Nian Bing and said, "Please come in." After saying that, She pushed the door open and gestured for Nian Bing to enter. Nian Bing looked at the girl's clear blue eyes. He didn't know why, but a strong sense of trust rose in his heart. Without any doubt, he walked into the room. "Ah!" Nian Bing cried out in surprise. Just as he entered the room, his footsteps stopped. There was only one window in the room. The sky shone through the window, bringing some brightness to the gloomy room. Nian Bing saw a plaque on the counter. It was clearly a memorial tablet. On it was written, "Benevolent Master Hua Tian's Memorial Tablet." Nian Bing turned around abruptly and looked at the girl. "Senior Hua Tian is dead." The girl's eyes were hazy. "Yes, 2 years ago, Master abandoned me." Nian Bing closed his eyes. The sadness in his heart was adjusted once again. He faced Hua Tian's memorial tablet again and walked forward. His hands hung by his sides as he respectfully bowed 3 times to the memorial tablet. "Senior, I didn't expect that after parting that day, we would not meet again. May Senior's spirit in heaven rest in peace. My master has also gone to heaven. Perhaps when you see him again, you can ask him to make some delicious food for you." The girl had been looking at Nian Bing from behind. Seeing him so respectful to Hua Tian, she couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She walked to Nian Bing's side and said, "Although Master has passed away, his spirit is still there. He will always live in my heart. I will never forget the kindness of teaching me for 5 years. Unfortunately, Master didn't even give me the chance to serve him for a few more days." Nian Bing sighed deeply. Everyone will die one day. No one can control their own lifespan. Senior Hua Tian was like this. My master is also like this. I don't know when it will be my turn. The girl looked at Nian Bing's deep eyes that didn't match his age. A faint red light flashed through her blue eyes. "I still don't know your name." Nian Bing woke up from his thoughts. "Ah, that's my salute. My name is Nian Bing. Miss, what about you?" The girl murmured, "Nian Bing, Nian Bing. This name sounds very memorable." "My name is Feng Nu," Nian Bing praised. "You are indeed like a phoenix in the human world. Miss, you live up to your name. I really didn't expect that when I came here for the first time 7 years ago, Master and Senior Hua Tian were still teasing each other. But now everything has changed. They are no longer here. Only you and I are left. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be in the same room. Since Senior Hua Tian has already passed away, I will also take my leave. Miss Feng Nu, we will meet again if fate wills it." Feng Nu watched as Nian Bing took the morning dew dagger from her hand and walked out. She suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Nian Bing looked back. "Miss Feng Nu, is there anything else?" Feng Nu's face revealed a faint blush. Fortunately, the light in the room wasn't enough, so it wasn't easy to notice. I just wanted to ask you, is there a reason you came to find my master this time?" Nian Bing thought that since Feng Nu was Hua Tian's disciple, she might be able to help him. Thinking of this, he took out the righteous young saber and handed it over. Miss should have heard about this saber from Senior Hua Tian. Back then, this was Senior Hua Tian's proudest work. Feng Nu didn't need to look. She just put her hand on the handle of the saber. Her eyes immediately lit up, even brighter than when she was holding the morning dew dagger. "Righteous Yang, is this the righteous Yang saber?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "It is the righteous Yang saber. Before Master died, he passed on his most beloved companion to me. I have always been carrying it with me. This time I came to find Senior Hua Tian not only to see him, but also for this righteous Yang saber. Although the righteous Yang saber is good, it is still inferior to the morning dew dagger. And this difference is because it doesn't have a soul that truly belongs to it. Although the fire dragon horn is a rare treasure, it doesn't have the soul of the fire dragon. So, I want to attach a soul to this righteous Yang saber. If that's the case, it will definitely become a treasured saber that isn't inferior to the morning dew dagger." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with burning eyes. You mean to say that you have a fire attribute gem that isn't inferior to the ice stone? Nian Bing smiled slightly. She reached into her clothes and took out the divine stone of fire. The flame-shaped gem emitted a faint red light. When it appeared, even the air in the room seemed to become restless. Feng Nu cried out in surprise. She took the divine stone of fire from Nian Bing's hands. Her body actually trembled slightly. Suddenly, a ball of fire rose from her body. Her originally pink hair instantly turned into a gorgeous red color. Even her blue eyes were dyed with a layer of faint red light. The scorching heat rushed towards her, forcing Nian Bing to raise the morning dew dagger in her hand. Her thumb flicked slightly, and the morning dew dagger was slightly unsheathed. A greenish-blue light flowed out, and a faint chill protected the front of Nian Bing, preventing her from being hurt by the scorching heat. The red light gradually disappeared, and Feng Nu returned to her normal state. A complicated light flashed across her eyes. What a good piece of top-grade firestone! If it's embedded in the righteous Yang saber, it can indeed greatly improve the quality of the saber. Although Master is no longer here, if you trust me, I'm willing to try to help you embed it in the righteous Yang saber. Looking at Feng Nu's clear eyes, Nian Bing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He almost agreed without thinking. However, he immediately calmed down. The fire from before made him clearly feel that the beautiful girl in front of him wasn't as simple as she appeared to be. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Feng Nu, I want to know how Senior Hua Tian died. Can you tell me?" The divine stone of fire was left to him by his father. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to it because he was momentarily bewitched by her beauty. Back then, it was because of this stone that his father fell out with his family. He had to be careful. Feng Nu looked deeply at Nian Bing. "I'm 17 this year. I was born in the Longmu Empire. My parents were only commoners. That year, a great plague broke out in my hometown and took their lives. From then on, I could only wander the streets. 5 years ago, I came to Ice Snow City as a beggar and met Master. Master said that I was born with the heavenly fire physique, so he took me in as his disciple and taught me everything he knew. 5 years ago, Master felt that his body couldn't hold on any longer. However, he wasn't willing to give in to fate, so he started to practice the sword. When the sword was completed, he threw his body into the fire and poured his soul into the sword, creating a peerless divine sword. However, he didn't even leave behind a corpse. Not even ashes were left behind. He didn't die because his soul had completely merged into the sword. This sword uses Master's 9 mythical heavenly fire as a guide and uses Master as the soul. Therefore, I named this sword the Parting Heaven Sword. You should have heard about its material from Senior Jiaji. It's the same as the righteous Yang saber. It's the fire dragon's horn from back then." As she spoke, Feng Nu returned the divine stone of fire and the righteous Yang saber to Nian Bing and walked into the room. Nian Bing's heart trembled. When Feng Nu was describing how Hua Tian used his body to practice the sword, the deep sorrow in the depths of her eyes couldn't be faked. She couldn't help but believe her identity a little. After a while, Feng Nu walked out from the room. She held a long sword with both hands. The scabbard was similar to the righteous Yang saber. It was also vermilion red, and there was a lifelike 5-clawed fire dragon carved on it. The fire dragon held a white pearl in its mouth, which emitted a gentle glow. It made the entire scabbard look exceptionally gorgeous. The hilt was ribbed, and there was a piece of jade inlaid at the end. It was white jade. Nian Bing was too familiar with this kind of jade. It was the same sheep-fat white jade as his heavenly flower tablet. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing and said, "This is the Parting Heaven sword that Master left behind. The sword is 3 feet 7 inches long and 1.5 inches wide. The blade is 2 feet 8 inches long, and the hilt is 9 inches long." With a light swoosh, The sound of a dragon's roar resounded throughout the room. The sword was unsheathed, and a fiery red glow filled the air. A scorching aura was suddenly emitted. Feng Nu's wrist trembled slightly, and the parting heaven sword immediately brought out a fiery red light screen. "Good sword," Nian Bing blurted out, looking at the red blade with a restrained aura. He could clearly feel that this was a good sword that was definitely not below the quality of morning dew. Feng Nu smiled and looked at the blade. Her eyes were filled with emotions. Yes, it is a good sword. Although it doesn't have a top-grade gem embedded in it, unlike your morning dew, which can be used as a magical staff, it still contains master spirit. As a long sword used by a martial artist, it is definitely the best of the best. I think that now there is no need for us to suspect each other of anything. Nian Bing's face turned red and said, "Miss Feng Nu, I don't want to suspect you of anything. It's just that this fiery rock is the only thing that my father left behind for me. So, I have no choice but to be cautious." Feng Nu's eyes revealed a gentle glow. "I don't blame you. But now I have explained everything clearly to you. As a blacksmith, what could be more blissful than personally creating a peerless divine blade? Please allow me to help you perfect the Zhengyang saber, all right? The carving will take a long time. In this period of time, you can take my blazing heaven sword. After the carving is done, you can bring the blazing heaven sword and the fiery rock here. I think, when it comes to the actual embedding, I still need your help." Nian Bing shook his head and said, No need. Feng Nu, can I just call you that? I'll leave the Zhengyang saber to you. I don't need to take the blazing heaven sword. My master and Senior Hua Tian are good friends. I hope that we can become friends. I believe you." As he said, he turned the Zhengyang saber around and handed the handle to Feng Nu. The Phoenix girl was slightly taken aback. She flipped her wrist, and the parting heaven sword returned to its sheath. She took the Zhengyang saber. When she held the thick handle of the saber, her slender fingers accidentally touched Nian Bing's. Both of them were shocked. They had not had much contact with the opposite sex, so they could not help but blush. Feng Nu lowered her head and looked at the Zhengyang saber. "Why do you believe me so quickly?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Because I believe in my intuition." Was it really intuition? Maybe a part of it was, but definitely not all of it. The reason why Nian Bing made such a decision so quickly was because he had thought through something. When Feng Nu pulled out the blazing heaven sword, the strength of the Dou Qi emitted from her body was not much weaker than that of Hua Tian. With such a strong Dou Qi, it would be very easy for her to harm him in such a small space. When a magician fought with a warrior at a close distance, although he could instantly cast some low-level spells, he would definitely not be able to escape. Since she did not do so, it proved many things. This was where the trust came from. Feng Nu smiled, as if she was very happy that Nian Bing trusted her. "Thank you. We are already friends, aren't we? The carving will take at least a month. After a month, you can come here again with the blazing stone. I hope that a new godly blade will appear in my hands. If you have something to do and need to leave, I will wait for you here after I finish carving. I will not leave for at least 1 or 2 years. Nian Bing said, "I will also stay in Ice Snow City for a period of time. Then let's meet again in a month. I will take my leave first." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing and suddenly said, "Eat before you leave. I think you must have not eaten yet." Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. A strange feeling rose in his heart. He nodded and said, "Indeed, I have not eaten yet." Jia Ji's death caused him to be heartbroken. Although he controlled his emotions well, he did not have the mood to eat for the entire day. Now that he heard Feng Nu ask, he felt that his stomach was empty. He was indeed a little hungry. "Then I will cook a meal for you as a way to thank you." Feng Nu's clear eyes lit up. "That's right. How could I forget? You are the successor of the ghost chef. The food you cook must be very delicious. It seems that I am in luck this time. Didn't you just call me by my name? You don't have to call me that again." Her excited appearance did not have the slightest bit of the calm aura from before. She was just like a little girl. When Nian Bing followed Feng Nu to the kitchen of the fake goods ironware shop, he could only smile bitterly. As the saying goes, even the best cook cannot cook without rice. No matter how good a cook is, without ingredients, it would be a waste. In this small kitchen that was only 4 or 5 square meters, not to mention fresh vegetables and meat, even the only seasoning was salt. Other than rice, there was nothing else that could be eaten. Feng Nu, what do you eat every day? Why is there only rice? Nian Bing asked doubtfully. Feng Nu lowered her head and said somewhat embarrassedly, I eat porridge every day. It was the same when Master was here. Master said that porridge is the best to digest. Sometimes we will buy some vegetables, tear them up, and cook them in the porridge. Master said that it is nutritious enough. I finished all the vegetables yesterday. I will go buy some now. What do you need? Only porridge? Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu dumbfoundedly and said with a wry smile, Your life is really simple. No need to buy anything. Let's go out first. The two walked back to the courtyard. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing and said embarrassedly, I wanted to ask you to stay for dinner, but I forgot that there was no food. Sorry. Nian Bing smiled and shook his head. A trace of indescribable pity rose in his heart. It's okay. I have a way. If I can't even overcome this, I am not worthy to be the ghost chef's disciple. As he said that, his eyes looked around and looked up into the sky. Very quickly, he found his target on the wall. A blue light flashed in his eyes, and his wrist pointed at the wall. 2 blue lights flashed and disappeared. Suddenly, the 2 pigeons playing on the wall were pierced by the blue light and fell to the ground in the courtyard. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing in shock. You also know martial arts? Why did you kill those 2 pigeons? They are so pitiful. Nian Bing said, I don't know martial arts. That was only a low-level ice magic, the ice arrow technique. I can't kill people, but killing pigeons is not a big problem. Feng Nu, you have to know that in the eyes of a chef, anything that can be eaten is an ingredient. Since you don't have any ingredients here, I can only make some myself. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with dissatisfaction. I didn't think that you were such a cruel person. Nian Bing smiled and said, I am cruel? Then you don't have to eat them later. As he said that, he walked to the corner of the wall and picked up the 2 pigeons. After 8 years of cultivation, his mental strength has reached a very high level. The ice arrow he shot earlier directly shattered the 2 pigeons' heads and did not cause them much pain. Holding the 2 pigeons and walking past Feng Nu, Nian Bing looked at her lifeless eyes and smiled. Pigeons are very nutritious and have the effect of strengthening the body and kidney. Since you said that I am cruel, then don't watch how I deal with them. As he said that, he walked directly to the kitchen. No, I want to watch. Feng Nu stubbornly stared at Nian Bing and followed him into the kitchen. Nian Bing took a basin and poured some water. Returning to the courtyard, he quickly removed all the feathers on the pigeons and took out their internal organs and cleaned the pigeons. Looking at the bloody scene in front of her, Feng Nu frowned and reluctantly stayed by Nian Bing's side to continue watching. Nian Bing smiled and flipped his wrist to take out the morning dew dagger. Under the command of his mental strength, his magical power easily froze the blood and internal organs in the basin into ice. Flipping the basin upside down, ice came out of the basin. Nian Bing held the 2 washed pigeons in one hand and softly chanted, Scorching fire, burst forth the passion in your heart and explode between heaven and earth. Bursting flames magic. A solid fireball appeared in front of him. Nian Bing's eyes flashed, and the fireball with a diameter of 5 inches exploded. With a bang, the entire piece of blood ice disappeared. Other than a faint flow of water vapor, there was no trace left. Feng Nu stared blankly at Nian Bing. You know 2 types of magic? Ice and fire, how is that possible? Nian Bing smiled and said, There is nothing impossible in this world. As long as you dare to think and dare to do, your fantasy can become reality. When I was learning cooking from my master, I often used this method to destroy garbage. How is it? I didn't leave a trace on the ground, right? Ice and fire will turn into water vapor. When I froze the blood, I had already fused the internal organs of the pigeons with the ice. Under the bombardment of bursting flames, they will naturally disappear. Bursting Flames was a tier 3 spell that required the strength of an intermediate magician to cast. Its explosive power was extremely strong. Taking the pigeons back to the kitchen, Nian Bing grabbed one of the pigeons by its leg and lifted it up. Because of Nian Bing's cruelty to the pigeons, Feng Nu's good impression of him had dropped a lot. She leaned against the kitchen door and watched what he was going to do. She was surprised to find that Nian Bing seemed to have changed when he held the pigeons in his left hand. He stood there as steady as a boulder. His sharp eyes were completely focused on the pigeons, as if he was observing something. Suddenly he moved. Feng Nu only saw a cyan blue brilliance floating out. The brilliance was so gorgeous. Nian Bing's right hand was like a phantom, constantly flipping and flashing. One after another, almost identical strands of flesh were piled up on the chopping board below. Although she couldn't see the shadow of the blade, Feng Nu was surprised to find that under the flickering cyan blue brilliance, the pigeons in Nian Bing's hand had gradually turned into skeletons. In just a few blinks of an eye, Nian Bing had already changed to another pigeon. The cyan blue brilliance was still flickering. When the 2 skeletons appeared on the chopping board, there was an even pile of flesh beside them. Nian Bing took out a white handkerchief from his bosom and wrapped it around the blade. Frost swirled on the morning dew dagger, leaving no trace behind. Nian Bing smiled slightly and walked to the stove. He pointed with his left hand, and a fireball hit the firewood. The flames started to burn. The pot on the stove was still clean. The 2 pigeon skeletons were directly thrown into the pot. He poured in some water from the side, but just as the water reached the skeletons, he stopped. He closed the lid of the pot and said with a smile, "The original soup melts the original food so that the nutrients can be completely absorbed." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with a dumbstruck expression and muttered, "You really don't learn martial arts? Your blade is so fast." She was very clear that although she cultivated Do Qi, the speed of her wrist was definitely not as fast as Nian Bing's. Nian Bing smiled and said, "My blade technique can only cut vegetables and meat. Moreover, it's just a simple blade. It's not like you, who cultivated Senior Hua Tian's 9 abandonment Do Qi. It's a pity that I want to focus on cultivating magic. Otherwise, I might ask you for some knowledge on Do Qi. You only have salt here, so I won't make pigeon stew. I'll make pigeon meat rice for you to eat." As he spoke, he took out a small square cloth pouch from his waist and opened it on the chopping board. Inside the cloth pouch were small pouches. Each pouch was covered with something of different sizes. The largest was a small knife, and the smallest was a long needle. There were a total of 10 items, most of which were needle-shaped. Feng Nu curiously asked, "What are these things for? Why do they look like doctors? Could it be that you also know acupuncture?" Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "Needles are not only used for acupuncture, they are also good for cooking." As he spoke, he took out a basin from the side and scooped up some rice. After washing it with clear water, he placed it beside him. He pinched a grain of rice with his left hand and took out the second thinnest needle from the pouch with his right hand. When the needle entered his hand, the tip of the needle immediately turned red and emitted traces of heat. With a shake of his wrist, the burning red needle of fire magic directly pierced into the grain of rice that he pinched with his left hand. At the same time, with a flick of his left hand's little finger, a tendril of flesh passed through the hole at the end of the needle. Unexpectedly, like a thread, the needle came out from the other end of the rice, and the rice grain was actually pierced by the tendril of flesh. Following this, Nian Bing's movements began to become faster. One grain of rice after another was continuously pierced by the needle, and unexpectedly, the tendril of flesh was cleverly pierced into a string. Miraculously, the astonishment in Feng Nu's eyes became more and more intense. How was this cooking? It was clearly like making a perfect piece of art. The complicated project was continuously performed by Nianbing. His hands were like illusions, extending and retracting without the slightest delay or mistake. However, even with his speed, when all the tendril of flesh completely pierced through the rice grain, half an hour had already passed. Looking at the rows of rice grains, Nianbing smiled. This kind of technique of passing rice through the tendril of flesh was completed by him using magic. Without the burning fire needle, it was impossible to pierce through each grain of rice so evenly. The rice grains were like a curtain of beads that were placed flat on the chopping board. Nianbing turned around and opened the lid of the pot. The soup made from the pigeon bones emitted a faint fragrance amidst the steaming steam. He took a ladle from the side and carefully picked up the 2 sets of pigeon bones from the pot. Looking at the milky white soup, he slightly hesitated for a moment before turning around and muttering a few words. A faint blue light enveloped the rice grains on the chopping board, and unexpectedly, the rice that was pierced by the tendril of flesh was frozen into a block. Taking out the morning dew dagger, he gently picked up the frozen rice and directly placed it into the pot. After sprinkling a thin layer of salt on the ice cubes, he closed the lid of the pot and returned the morning dew dagger to its sheath. Turning around, he said to Feng Nu, who had already fallen into a daze, "All right, it'll be ready to eat in about half an hour. Although the pigeon meat rice tastes good, it's a pity that it's a waste of time. I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer." Feng Nu looked at Nianbing with a strange gaze. Are you cooking? If it were an ordinary chef, I'm afraid it wouldn't be finished in a day." Nianbing couldn't help but laugh. A day? If it took a day, the shredded pigeon meat would already be inedible. Just making it looks good doesn't have any practical significance. You can come to a conclusion after you've tasted it. The two walked out of the kitchen. Feng Nu's previous unhappiness had already vanished into thin air after seeing Nianbing's miraculous cooking skills. Moving 2 wooden stools, the two sat down in the courtyard. Nianbing seemed to be a little tired. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall ancient tree outside the courtyard wall. Piercing the rice with tendril of flesh required complete concentration. Doing so much at once was like controlling a huge magic spell. Even he himself couldn't explain why he would make such a complicated pigeon meat rice for Feng Nu. Although it sounded simple, the simpler the cooking, the more it showed the chef's skills. Chapter 10. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing from the side. She didn't notice it before, but now she realized that this tall blonde youth was actually so handsome. Although the coarse clothes covered his elegance, the invisible noble temperament was not covered by clothes. Her heart seemed to have skipped a beat. Feng Nu knew that she would never forget Nianbing's focused expression when he was cooking. She asked softly, "Nianbing, where are you going after dinner?" Nianbing did not look at Feng Nu. He was gradually relaxing in the silence. "I will stay in Ice Snow City for a while. My master said that there are 2 restaurants here that have good skills. I want to go there and have a look. Maybe I can learn something." Feng Nu suddenly said, "You are talking about Deshang Pavilion and Qingfengzhai, right? The food there is shockingly expensive. I have only heard about it, but I have never been there. However, I believe that they will not be able to make your magical pigeon meat rice. How long are you going to stay here? And where are you going in the future?" When Nianbing heard Feng Nu's detailed question, he turned his head and looked at her. Feng Nu blushed slightly and quickly said, "I don't mean anything else. Since we are friends, I want to know where I can find you in the future." Nianbing smiled and said, "I will at least stay in Ice Snow City until you finish making the righteous Yang saber. As for the future, I will probably go to every corner of the continent. 8 years of cooking, 8 years of learning how to cook. The training is over. What I need now is the process of learning. Even I don't know if I can go to the entire continent in 8 years." Feng Nu seemed to have thought of something. Actually, being famous is not necessarily a good thing. Just like my master, the godly forging Hua Tian, he was so famous. Now, the generals of various countries are proud to have a weapon made by their master. But what happened in the end? Every empire wanted to restrict his master to their own country, forcing him to forge weapons for them. If it wasn't for his fame, his master wouldn't have been reduced to spending his last years in this place. Before Master refined the parting heaven sword, he once told me that no matter what profession, if you want to pursue the peak, you must have a strong backing. Otherwise, it is impossible to do what you want to do. Powerful backing? Nian Bing's heart was moved. She nodded in agreement and said, Senior Hua Tian is right. If I can have a strong backing, I can better pursue what I want. No wonder I felt that your Do Qi was very strong. It seems that Senior Hua Tian must have spent a lot of effort on you. Feng Nu smiled and said, Your magic isn't bad either. Ice and fire, I really don't know how you practice. Don't these two types of magic conflict? Nian Bing did not want to talk about this problem. He stood up and said maybe, Anyway, I'm only using low-level magic. It won't affect me much. The origin of ice and fire was one of his biggest secrets. Naturally, he would not let others know about it, even if he already had a good impression of the girl in front of him. The two of them continued to chat about all sorts of things. Most of them revolved around the interesting things that happened when he was learning from his master. When Nian Bing remembered that the pigeon meat rice was already cooked, the two of them felt that it was not enough. Wow, it's too delicious. It smells so good. When Feng Nu tasted the pigeon meat rice for the first time, her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with appetite. Nian Bing was not familiar with women, but when he saw Feng Nu's crazy speed of eating, he could not help but be stunned. Nian Bing, why aren't you eating? If you don't eat, I'm going to finish it. Why is your pigeon meat rice so delicious? I think you only added salt. As Feng Nu ate, she did not forget to call out to Nian Bing. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, I'll eat. The reason why the pigeon meat rice is delicious is because it combines the nutrition of the pigeon with the rice. There's pigeon meat inside and pigeon bone, soup on the outside. The two corrode each other, causing the rice to be filled with the fragrance of the pigeon meat. Adding some salt to enhance the taste, of course it's delicious. As he said that, he also started to eat. If he did not eat, he really doubted that he would not be able to eat anymore. The whole pot of rice was finished in the two of them. In total, Nian Bing only ate 30% of it. The remaining 70% went into Feng Nu's stomach. Feng Nu leaned against the back of the chair, slightly panting. Her lips looked more rosy and her charming face was slightly sweaty. Nian Bing, this is too delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious rice. No wonder Senior Zha's name once shook the world. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, My surprise is no less than yours. Feng Nu, could it be that all girls can eat so much? You have to know that the rice I cooked was for you to eat for dinner. This was already estimated based on my appetite. I never thought that we would actually finish it all. Feng Nu's charming face turned red. She glared at Nian Bing and said with grievance, I eat porridge every day. Can I eat a full meal? Who told you not to say that there was dinner for me here? Nian Bing smiled and said, As long as you like it. If a chef's dish is eaten, this is the greatest encouragement to the chef. You are the first person other than Master to eat my food. I have to go. It's getting late. If I don't go to my destination, I'm afraid I will have to sleep in an inn tonight. You ate so much, you should rest for a while. Nian Bing. Feng Nu suddenly called him. Nian Bing had just stood up, and his eyes revealed a questioning look. Can you come here to visit me often in the future? Master has left, and I am really lonely by myself. Most importantly, after eating your food, I'm afraid that I won't be able to endure just eating porridge in the future. Seeing the tears in Feng Nu's eyes, Nian Bing's heart softened. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I will come to visit you when I have nothing to do. I will cook for you. Feng Nu smiled happily. You have to keep your word. I will wait for you to come. Nian Bing cried out in his heart that he had been tricked. It seemed that the power of beauty was indeed strong. No wonder Master had failed at that time. However, since he had already promised, he had to do it. After all, it was only a month or so. When the Zhenyang saber was ready, he would leave. In the future, it would be better to stay away from women. After finally leaving the shop, Nian Bing let out a sigh of relief. He touched the things that belonged to him. Other than the Zhenyang saber that he had left for Feng Nu, he had brought everything else. Between Deshang Pavilion and Qingfeng Restaurant, which one should he choose? Let's see. Since Master had said that once he showed his culinary skills, he had to leave immediately. Then he would start from the most basic. Deshang Pavilion and Qingfeng Restaurant were located in the most prosperous area in the center of Ice Snow City. The two restaurants stood across the street, and they had always been each other's biggest competitors. Deshang Pavilion's decoration was extremely gorgeous. Looking at the wide central street of Ice Snow City, it was the most prominent building on the left side of the street. It was 4 stories high, and it occupied an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The whole building was mainly dark red and gold, showing its luxury. The red carpet extended from the inner hall to the door. On both sides of the door, there was a 3-meter tall stone lion. Above the 5-meter wide door, there was a golden plaque with 3 big words, Deshang Pavilion. There was a couplet on both sides of the door. On the left was written, Jinhua Yilu delicious delicacies. On the right was written, Silver precious sweet spring delicacies. At the entrance, there were 4 young and beautiful girls in red dresses who were responsible for receiving them. He led the group of luxuriously dressed guests into the hall. This was the favorite place for high-ranking officials and dignitaries. It seemed that this was the only place where they could show off their status. Opposite Deshangxian was the antique Qingfeng Zhai. As the name implied, although it was not as luxurious as Deshangxian, it was much more elegant. The 3-story building was decorated in cyan, and every place showed its uniqueness and elegance. The horizontal board at the entrance was written with the words Qingfeng Zhai written in cyan. At first glance, it was obvious that it was written by a famous artist. The pillars on both sides also had a couplet. On the left side it read, Chatting and laughing, Confucian, tasting green tea, and on the right side it read, Visiting literati, tasting elegant tea. This was the place where literati came. The reason why it could resist Deshangxian was because it was the gathering place of the Magicians' Association. As one of the noblest professions, the Magicians' Association had a transcendent status in any country. The Magicians' Association was even more respected by the royal family of each empire. Although each empire's Magicians' Association did not communicate with each other, they each had a significant influence in their own country. Nian Bing stood in the middle of the street. Looking at Deshangxian on the left and Qingfeng Zhai on the right, he couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Which one should he go to? From his own point of view, he preferred the elegant style of Qingfeng Zhai. However, the couplet on the door had already been written. Chatting and laughing, Confucian, tasting elegant tea, visiting literati. Although he couldn't be considered a Confucian, he had only learned to write from his father when he was young, let alone a Confucian. He couldn't even be considered a Confucian. It seemed that the only way was to go to Deshangxian. Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards Deshangxian on the left side of the street. The 8 young ladies at the entrance of Deshangxian were receiving guests. When Nian Bing walked in front of them, the young ladies were immediately attracted by his handsome face. 16 beautiful gazes were cast on him, causing Nian Bing to feel a little uncomfortable. One of the young ladies saw Nian Bing's awkward appearance and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? He looks pretty good." Another young lady also opened her mouth, but her words were much more sarcastic. "Yes, he looks really good, There must be many people with that kind of hobby who would like him. It's a pity that this isn't a brothel. Those who could dine at Deshengxian were all high officials and dignitaries. They all wore luxurious clothes. The young ladies at the entrance had already learned to observe people's body language. With one look at Nian Bing's youthful appearance and his attire, they knew that he wasn't a dignitary. Naturally, they opened their mouths to make fun of him. Nian Bing's heart was slightly angry, but he didn't come here to fight. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said, "May I ask if Deshengxian is hiring a chef? I can make side dishes." The so-called side dishes were to cut the vegetables and match them with the necessary ingredients. Then they would be given to the chef, and the chef would cook the dishes. The first young lady laughed. "So you're actually a chef? I wonder which culinary school you graduated from." Culinary school? This was the first time Nian Bing heard of this term. Even chefs had schools now. According to his master, they should all be apprentices. The young lady looked at him with disdain and said, "You don't even know about a culinary school, and you still want to enter Deshengxian? I think you'd better hurry up and leave. This isn't a place where just anyone can enter." Just as Nian Bing was at a loss for what to do, a person walked out of the great accomplishment pavilion. This person was tall and seemed to be in his 40s. He had a fierce look on his face and gave off a savage vibe. He wore a purple satin robe and held a fan in his right hand. He knocked on his left palm. The fan was very large and was about 1 foot and 5 inches long. From the way he knocked on it, it was obvious that the fan was quite heavy and definitely not made of wood. As soon as he walked out, he saw Nian Bing. He walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" The 8 young ladies who were originally smiling immediately stood in their positions when they saw this middle-aged man. The smile on their faces disappeared. The young lady who spoke to Nian Bing said, "Third shopkeeper, this person wants to work here, but he doesn't even know about a culinary school. I'm just telling him to leave." The middle-aged man glanced at Nian Bing and said impatiently, "Quickly scram. Don't be an eyesore to the master. A pauper like you doesn't even deserve to clean my shoes." Nian Bing's eyes flashed coldly. Just as she was about to explode, she heard a clear voice behind her. "Yo, third shopkeeper Liao is starting to show off again. I don't know when this lazy dog, Liao, started wearing shoes." Nian Bing turned around and saw a young lady riding a tall horse not far behind her. The horse was very tall, just like the war horses of the Silver Feather Cavalry. It was snow white without a single strand of mixed hair. The young lady on the horse was wearing a red shirt and pants. Her figure was slender and fit, and there was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. A red, scabbard sword hung at her waist. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Feng knew, she gave people a lively sense of beauty. Her long brown hair flowed down her back, and her red shirt and white horse made for a beautiful scene on Central Street. Hearing the young lady's mockery, third shopkeeper Liao was furious. He stood in place and said hatefully, "Xu Jing, don't think I won't dare to do anything to you just because your father is backing you up." Xu Jing jumped down from the horse and walked to Nian Bing's side. She looked at third shopkeeper Liao and smiled. "Is that so? Then come at me. I'd like to see what you can do to me. I wonder who was the one who fell flat on his face last time. Deshengxian, humph, I spit on you." Third shopkeeper Liao was obviously very wary of the young lady Xu Jing. Although his ugly face was red with anger, he didn't dare to do anything. Looking around, he suddenly found a target to vent his anger on. He slapped Nian Bing's shoulder with the fan in his hand. "Little bastard, why aren't you scramming?" Nian Bing's heart was already filled with hatred. Seeing the wind caused by third shopkeeper Liao's fan, he knew very well that if he were to be hit, his shoulder blade would probably shatter. However, the scheming third shopkeeper Liao didn't flare up at this time. With a cry of pain, he staggered behind the young lady in red. The young lady shook her wrist, and a red streak of dough qi shot out. With a bang, Third shopkeeper Liao staggered back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Xuejing snorted disdainfully. Mangy dog wants to bite again. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Xuejing. Miss Xue, for my sake let it go. A loud voice suddenly rang out, and another person walked out from the Great Accomplishment Pavilion. This person looked to be in his 50s, and he was short and fat. He wore a golden robe with golden flowers embroidered on it. His face was full of fat, and his small eyes shone with a bright light as they opened and closed. Boss, Xuejing is causing trouble in front of our door again. You have to teach her a lesson. Third, shopkeeper Liao anxiously asked Fatso for help. Fatso frowned and slapped the shopkeeper, causing him to stagger. He said coldly, Scram, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Third, shopkeeper Liao's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He returned to Deshang Xian dejectedly. As soon as he left, Fatso's face was full of smiles. The fat on his face trembled as he smiled. Miss Xue, our Deshang Xian, and your Breeze sect have always minded our own business. Let's just be friendly and make money. Xuejing sneered. So it's head, shopkeeper Liao. Fine, even if you hit a dog, you have to show some respect to its master. I'll let it go this time. Make sure, third, shopkeeper Liao remembers this. If he sees you bullying people again, humph. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw Nianbing behind her. Seeing the panic on his face, Xuejing said unhappily, Look at how big you are. You really are a piece of trash. Men these days. Nianbing originally had a good impression of Xuejing. However, when he heard her domineering words, his impression of her immediately dropped. Just as he was about to say something, Xuejing continued, You're looking for a job, right? Come with me. Our Cool Breeze sect is lacking someone to chop firewood. With that said, she went over to lead her white horse and walked towards the side door of the Cool Breeze sect. Chop firewood? No way. After chopping firewood for so many years, why would he still chop firewood? Nianbing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was tired of chopping firewood, if he wanted to enter the Breeze sect without showing his cooking skills, he was afraid that this was the only way. Helplessly, he followed Xuejing into the Cool Breeze cell through the side door. As soon as they entered the side door, Nianbing immediately smelled a faint fragrance. It was the smell of plants, and the air seemed to be much fresher. Looking around, other than a stone path, the surroundings were green. In the green, there was a small lake. The lake wasn't big, only 300 or 400 square meters. Above it was a winding corridor, and 4 pavilions sat in a crisscrossing position. It was a unique place with a strong sense of elegance. Hey, what are you looking at? Let's go quickly. Xuejing impatiently said to Nianbing. Only now did she see Nianbing's appearance clearly. She thought to herself, he is handsome, but he doesn't have any skills. The heavens have given him this kind of appearance, it's really a waste. 2 black-clothed servants came over. One of them took the reins from Xuejing's hands and respectfully said, Young miss, you're back. Great magician Longling has been waiting for you for a long time. Big Sister Linger is here? That's great. I was just about to find her. Where is she? Xuejing's face revealed an excited glow. The servant said, Great magician Longling is at the Embracing Moon Pavilion. All right, I'll go now. Oh, that's right. I saved this person from the streets. Have him chop firewood in the firewood room. I remember there's a lack of people there. Yes, young miss. Xuejing quickly ran off, passing through the corridor and disappearing in the blink of an eye. One of the servants led her horse away, while the other servant said to Nianbing, Come with me. Nianbing agreed and followed the black-clothed servant through the small stone building, heading into the depths of the clear-wind house. The further in he went, the more he was infected by the elegant atmosphere. Every layout showed the owner's ingenuity. The arrangement of the pavilions gave people a kind of simple and elegant beauty. The servant led Nian Bing out of the front yard and to the side of the house. He walked to the door of the innermost room and respectfully said, "Chief Steward, are you here?" A clear voice sounded, "Come in." The servant gave Nian Bing a look and let him in. The interior of the room was very clean. There were 2 suites, one inside and one outside. He couldn't see what was inside, but the one outside was filled with a scholarly atmosphere. There were a few calligraphy pieces hanging on the wall, and all kinds of stationery were placed on the wide carved wooden table. Behind the table sat a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a white robe, and his head was lowered as he wrote something. Although only the side of his face could be seen, Nian Bing was surprised to find that although this person's appearance was ordinary, he had a special aura. There was a noble aura in his simple elegance. "Chief Steward, the Clear Wind House's Chief Steward?" The servant said to the middle-aged man. "Chief Steward, the young miss brought this person in and said that she wanted him to help out in the firewood room, so I brought him here for you to register." The man in white raised his head and Nian Bing looked at him. When their eyes met, Nian Bing saw the word wisdom in his bright eyes. She thought to herself that this person was definitely not easy to deal with. The man in white was slightly surprised when he saw Nian Bing's handsome appearance and tall figure. He asked, "What's your name? Where are you from? What do you know?" Nian Bing said, "My name is Nian Bing. My ancestral home is in the Huarong Empire. I learned how to cook for a while." The man in white smiled slightly and said, "Then have you gone to a cooking school?" Cooking school again. If there was a chance, she really wanted to go and see what this school taught. Shaking her head, Nian Bing said honestly, "I haven't." The man in white said, "Shall see. Take him to get a set of clothes." As the young miss said, "Let him work in the firewood room first. If he does well, we can consider training him to be a low-level chef." Shao Si respectfully said, "Yes, Chief Steward, come with me." After Nian Bing changed into the green clothes that Shao Si found for her, she was brought to a small courtyard in the backyard. There was a lot of wood in the small courtyard. Some of it had already been chopped and was neatly piled together. There was even a shed above the pile of wood to prevent the wood from getting wet. As soon as Shao Si entered the small courtyard, he shouted, Uncle Li, I've brought you a new person." A loud voice rang out, "A new person has come. That's good. My old bones can finally relax a little." The person who came with the voice was also wearing green clothes. He was an old man in his 50s. There weren't many wrinkles on his face. He was tall and carried an axe in his hand. His appearance was ordinary, and he had a smile on his face. He looked very easy to get along with at first glance. Uncle Li's gaze fell on Nian Bing. He looked him up and down a few times, and "Your body seems to be in good shape. I just don't know if you can take any hardships. All the firewood used in the entire Clear Wind restaurant was chopped by me. Kid, if you can't finish your work, you'll have to work overtime." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Hello, Uncle Li, I came from a poor background. There's no problem with working. Don't worry." Uncle Li smiled and said, "That's good. Shall see, you can go back. Leave him to me. Now that we have a new person, I won't have to find others to help me in the future. With the two of us working together, we should be able to provide for the kitchen. Come, I'll take you to your room first." After Shao Si left, Nian Bing followed Uncle Li to a room in the corner of the small courtyard. There were 3 rooms here. Uncle Li said, "Originally, chopping firewood was supposed to be done by 3 people, but ever since the Chengxian opened, they took away a portion of our business. So I'm the only one taking care of it. When I'm too busy, I'll find others to help. You can stay in the room on the right. The room in the middle is a little dirty and not easy to clean." Even a chopper had his own room. This Clear Wind restaurant was really doing well. Nian Bing thought as he walked to the room on the right. He put down his bag and immediately walked out. Uncle Li was waiting for him at the door. "Kid, have you chopped firewood before?" Nian Bing nodded. When it came to chopping firewood, he could be considered a veteran. Uncle Lee smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't bully a new person. In the future, we'll split the work equally. Our Clear Wind restaurant is also very particular about chopping firewood. The wood will be delivered to us, so we have to split it evenly. Look, just like that." As he spoke, he pointed to the pile of wood on the side. "I'll finish today's work. You can watch from the side. From tomorrow onwards, you'll have to help me share the burden. Oh, right, what's your name? Who recruited you?" Nian Bing briefly recounted everything that happened on the street. After listening to his narration, Uncle Lee smiled and said, "Although Miss has a bad temper, she has a very good heart. Don't worry, although we're only choppers, we're treated well. Food and lodging are taken care of, and we even have an income of 1 gold coin every month. It can be said that we're the happiest choppers. Moreover, our time can be considered free. As long as we finish chopping the firewood we need every day, we can move freely. We can even go out the back door and walk around." Nian Bing listened to Uncle Lee's introduction of Clear Wind Restaurant while observing the surrounding scenery. With Uncle Lee's introduction, he gradually had a general impression of this place. Clear Wind Restaurant's area was not smaller than Great Accomplishment Pavilion, but because of the various elegant scenery, the number of guests that could be accommodated was much less than Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Not far from the firewood room was the kitchen. Every day there would be people from the kitchen who would come here to collect firewood. Only when it was time to eat could they see the chefs. According to Uncle Lee, the food in Clear Wind Restaurant was very good. Although the food that the servants ate was cooked by the low-level chefs, there were still vegetables and meat. It was very good. "Uncle Lee, let me chop. You rest for a while." Nian Bing took the axe from Uncle Lee's hand and took a piece of wood. He tried to slow down as much as possible. After a few times, 8 pieces of firewood of the same size appeared. Uncle Lee praised. "Sure enough, you have done it before. Nian Bing, seeing how skilled you are, you should have chopped for a long time. Miss really found me a good helper this time." With Nian Bing's help, he was happy to be idle and talk more. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Counting, I have chopped firewood for 8 years. Uncle Lee, I just heard Little Four and the others say to Miss that there is a great magician called Long Ling who came to find her. A great magician is very powerful, right?" Uncle Lee nodded sincerely and said, "Of course she is very powerful. She is not just a little powerful. Our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union set up in Ice Snow City in order to give up the position of the Ice God Tower. I heard that Miss Longling is the daughter of the Union's president. She has reached the realm of great magician at such a young age. She is our Miss Best Friend." The news that the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union set up in Ice Snow City was very useful to Nian Bing. Although he didn't know what level his magic had reached, he should be close to the realm of great magician. What he lacked the most now was ice magic books. Magic incantations were very important. No matter how high his magic power was, without an incantation it would be useless. Although he guessed some ice magic incantations based on the fire magic incantations, the incantations above level 3 all had their own characteristics. Having ice magic power without an incantation was not a comfortable feeling. If he could go to the Magicians' Union and look at the magic books, it would be very helpful to him. With the help of Nian Bing, it didn't take too long for today's firewood chopping task to be completed. When Uncle Lee was chopping firewood earlier, Nian Bing had carefully observed his chopping speed. Therefore, when he chopped firewood, he only maintained the same speed as him. Although the firewood was evenly chopped, he didn't pursue perfection like when he was in the peach blossom forest. When he chopped half of the firewood, 2 people in white chef's clothes came and took away part of the firewood. Uncle Lee laughed and said, "It's different with you around. You are really a diligent young man. Your chopping speed is about the same as mine. It's not early anymore. It's almost time for dinner." Nian Bing said, "Uncle Lee, I won't be eating here today. I just arrived at Ice Snow City and want to go out for a walk. I also want to buy some daily necessities. Uncle Li was a straightforward person. He didn't ask much. He told Nian Bing where the back door was and let him go. After leaving the Breeze house, Nian Bing's eyes flashed. Since he already knew that the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union was here, he should go and have a look. At least he should ask what conditions he needed to be able to read the information there. Thinking of this, he walked along the main road. He randomly asked a person and found the location of the Magicians' Union. Chapter 11. The Sorcerers' Guild was in the southern part of the city, while the Breeze sect was in the center of the city. Nian Bing identified the general direction and slowly walked. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening and evening was coming. Because he couldn't use magic, his speed was no different from ordinary people. After walking for a full hour, he saw a tall building not far away. It was a building that looked like a steeple, and its height was even higher than the Deshang Pavilion. The steeple of the building looked very special, and on the side facing the street, there was a huge golden hexagram symbol. Needless to say, this was the place he was looking for. Thinking of this, Nian Bing quickened his pace and walked in the direction of the Sorcerers' Guild. At this time, the sound of a horse's hooves suddenly came from behind. Judging from the sound, the horse's speed wasn't fast, but it was very rhythmic. The crisp sound of hooves on the ground was like music. When he was young, Nian Bing once heard his father say that only the best horses had a fixed rhythm when they galloped. Curiously looking back, he saw a girl riding a tall red horse coming in his direction. The girl on the horse was wearing a blue magic robe without any embroidery. Her long purple hair was neatly combed behind her back. She was very beautiful. Nian Bing secretly compared her with Feng Nu. He was surprised to find that this girl, who looked a little weak, was not inferior to Feng Nu. Her big black eyes were looking in the direction of the Sorcerers' Guild, and she revealed a gentle smile. Many passers-by on both sides seemed to know her, and they smiled and made way for her. Although the girl's horse was not fast, it was still faster than Nian Bing's walking. She arrived at the Sorcerers' Guild before him. She jumped off the horse, and a man wearing a yellow magic robe came out from the guild. He helped her hold the horse and said kindly, "Ling you're finally back. Why were you gone for so long?" Ling smiled gently and said, "Xuejing asked me to stay for dinner. Senior brother, you know that I have always liked the food at the Breeze sect, so I came back a little late. Have you eaten?" The man smiled and said, "I've already eaten. Let's go in." When Nian Bing heard the two words Ling, her heart suddenly moved. Could it be that this young girl was the great magician Long Ling that Miss Xuejing had an appointment with? Looking at her appearance, her temperament was completely different from Xuejing's. Their names should be changed. Since she was the daughter of the president of the Magic Guild, it should be easier to get an answer from her. Thinking of this, he quickly stepped forward. Taking advantage of the fact that Long Ling had not yet entered the union, he ran in front of them and asked, "Excuse me, is this the headquarters of the Magicians' Union?" Long Ling looked at Nian Bing curiously. Seeing him in such a hurry, she couldn't help but smile. The man glanced at Nian Bing and proudly said, "That's right, this is the Magicians' Union. What do you want?" Nian Bing said, "I want to ask what are the conditions to be able to read the magic books in the union?" The man frowned and said, "That can only be read by people in the union. Moreover, it has to be based on your own rank. You can't skip ranks to read the information in the union. Could it be that you are a magician?" Nian Bing quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I am an ice magician. I don't know if I can enter the union to read it." He was already familiar with fire magic as a rank 8 magician. Rank 8 magician needed to be an experienced mage to use it. What he needed the most right now was ice magic spells, so he naturally said that he was an ice magician. When the man heard Nian Bing say that he was an ice magician, the expression on his face eased a bit. "Then have you ever joined a union in another country? If you have, we don't welcome you here. Otherwise, you can come to the union to take a test. According to your test results, the union will give you a corresponding mark. However, looking at your appearance, even if you are a magician, your level shouldn't be too high. Although the man's words were a bit harsh, but what he said was indeed the truth. Being a magician was a very expensive profession, especially in the early stages. If one didn't have the help of good gems, it would be very difficult to feel the existence of magic elements. And the price of gems, no matter which country in the Yangon continent, was always high. It was simply not something that ordinary people could afford. Moreover, practicing magic required the guidance of a teacher. If there was no teacher, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. Therefore, it was no wonder that this man had some doubts. Nian Bing didn't care whether she joined a union or not. As long as she could learn the magic spells she needed, it was enough. She quickly said, "I haven't joined any union yet. Can I trouble you to take me in for a test? If possible, I am very willing to join the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union." The man glanced at Long Ling, who was beside him. Long Ling was also looking at him. "Senior brother, please help him. Looking at his appearance, he should be from another country. Now that there are fewer and fewer people in the union, we also need to recruit more fresh blood. Several elders in the union are here. If he has good potential, perhaps we can increase our strength." The man nodded and said, "But it's already a bit late today. I think let's talk about it tomorrow. Young man, come back tomorrow morning." Nian Bing thought that she still had to stay in the Breeze sect tomorrow. She should also explore the specialty dishes of the Breeze sect, so she didn't have much time. She couldn't help but say to the man, "Respected great magician, can you make an exception? I have some things to do during the day tomorrow, but I happen to have some free time now." Although the man was Long Ling, Oi's senior brother, he was only an earth element adept mage due to his limited aptitude. He hadn't reached the realm of a great mage yet. When he heard Nian Bing call him a great mage, his mood immediately improved. He thought to himself, "My junior sister likes to help others. If I help this kid this time, my junior sister might have a better impression of me." When he thought of that, a faint smile appeared on his face. He said, "Seeing as you're not from here, I'll make an exception. Come with us." Long Ling smiled and said, "Senior brother, I know you are the best." Being praised by his beloved junior sister, the man's mood immediately improved. He smiled at Long Ling and led the horse inside. Nian Bing gave a grateful look to Long Ling and hurriedly followed the two into the Magician's Guild. The huge building outside the Magician's Guild was only the surface. After passing through the gate, there was an open space like a field. The surrounding buildings were closely connected with each other. The area was so large that even the Great Accomplishment Pavilion and the Breeze sect couldn't compare to it. It was worthy of being the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Guild. After the man handed Long Ling his horse to a servant, he and Long Ling led Nian Bing into a building on the left. As they walked, he asked Nian Bing, "What's your name? What realm have you reached in ice magic?" Nian Bing hurriedly replied, "My name is Nian Bing. I have always been practicing by myself. I don't know what realm I have reached." "I haven't asked for your name yet, great magician." The man said indifferently, "My name is Sergio. This is a testing area. According to the guild's regulations, any magician's test must be carried out by an elder of the Archmage rank. You wait here for a moment. I will go and see if the elders have entered meditation. If they have already started meditating, they cannot be disturbed. You can only come back tomorrow." After saying that, he said something to Long Ling and turned around to walk through a side door. Long Ling smiled faintly and said, "Although senior brother's temper is a bit eccentric, he has a very good heart. If my words have offended you, I still have to ask for your forgiveness." While saying that, she continued to lead him inside. Listening to Long Ling's soft and gentle words, Nian Bing's heart was particularly comfortable. She felt that she was much easier to get along with than Shuejing. She smiled and said, Great magician, you don't have to be polite. This time, I have really troubled you. Although I have always been practicing magic, I have always been unable to grasp the essentials. Therefore, this time, I wanted to learn some things in the guild. If there is an opportunity, I would like to ask for your guidance. Long Ling smiled faintly and said, I don't dare to give you guidance. You also don't have to call me Great Magician. I still haven't taken the advancement test. This is my father's request. He said that anyone under his tutelage who hasn't reached the realm of Great Magician is not allowed to take the test and wear a symbol to avoid losing face for him. My father is very powerful. If you pass the test, I can introduce you to him. In the future, you can just call me by my name. My name is Long Ling. Everyone calls me Ling. Speaking of which, I am the same as you. We are both ice magicians. Why don't you have a magic robe? If you don't wear a magic robe, how can it represent your identity as a magician? Nian Bing pretended to have a bitter look and said, Since I was young, I wanted to become a magician, but my family was too poor, so I could only find opportunities to learn by myself. Previously, I accidentally met a magician. He said that I have an ice attribute physique, so he taught me a meditation method. I practiced according to his method. Later on, I really did have magic power, but that magician only taught me meditation and didn't teach me incantations. Therefore, until now, I only know some of the lowest level ice magic. At this time, they had already passed through 2 doors and came to a hall. Because the building had a pointed roof, the hall was very tall. The area was about 200 square meters. There were all kinds of murals on the walls. On the murals, there were all kinds of pictures. Most of them were magicians wearing magic robes and some magic items. In the center of the hall, there was a circle with a diameter of 5 meters. There was a 6-pointed star in the center of the circle. The 6 points of the 6-pointed star were white, blue, red, green, yellow, and gold. These 6 colors symbolized the 6 most mainstream types of magic. Long Ling heard Nian Bing's words. Her eyes immediately showed sympathy. She comforted him and said, It doesn't matter. As a magician, relying on meditation to cultivate magic power is the most important. Magic power is the foundation of all magic. As long as your magic power is strong enough, coupled with incantations, you will naturally be able to use higher level magic. As for the magic robe, you don't have to worry. After passing the test, we will naturally give you one here. However, you must be at least an intermediate magician to be able to join our guild. Otherwise, you can only continue to cultivate on your own. Nian Bing nodded. In his heart, he thought that he was at least an advanced magician. Even if he didn't have any advanced ice spells, he still knew 1 or 2 4th level ice spells. Passing the test shouldn't be a big problem. Miss Ling, I really have to thank you. If I didn't meet you and your senior, I really wouldn't know how to enter the Magician's Guild. Long Ling smiled and said, There is nothing to thank. Even if you did meet us after entering the guild, as long as you show your identity as a magician, there will naturally be people to receive you. Later on, you have to work hard. During the test, no one can help you. Everything depends on your own strength. Nian Bing firmly nodded and said, I will definitely pass the test. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. Nian Bing and Long Ling both looked behind them and saw Shi Jiu walking in with an old man wearing a blue magician's robe. That old man had snow-white hair and looked to be at least 60 or 70 years old. There was a symbol embroidered on the left side of his chest. Nian Bing couldn't be more familiar with this symbol. It was the same symbol as her father's sorcerer symbol. Very clearly, he was either a water or ice sorcerer. Shi Jiu took the lead and walked to Nian Bing's side, saying, Your luck is really not bad. Today, teacher Li Hua hasn't entered meditation yet. He is a water sorcerer. Why haven't you hurriedly saluted him? In the field of magicians, status was extremely important. As long as there was a difference in level, one must bow and salute. Nian Bing had long heard her father mention this point. Towards the strong, he had absolute respect. She hurriedly bowed to the old man and said, "Greetings, respected sorcerer." The old man didn't seem to like to talk much. He only made a sound of N, indicating that he agreed. Shiju respectfully said to the old sorcerer, "Teacher Li Hua, can we begin now?" The old man looked up and down at Nian Bing and extended his hand to Nian Bing, saying, "Stimulate your magic and use your strongest power to transfer it to me. I must first know what level your magic has reached." Nian Bing agreed. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the old magician's withered hand. He carefully controlled the ice magic in his body to separate from the vortex of ice and fire and attacked the old magician. She didn't want others to know that she had two types of magic at the same time, so when she attacked with her ice magic, she tried to restrain her fire magic as much as possible to avoid being detected by the other party. Under the influence of her mental strength, the ice magic was transmitted through her arm and rushed to the sorcerer. When Nian Bing's magic moved to her arm, because her magic was always rotating, it had a very strong suction force on the magic elements in the air. Naturally, it attracted the ice elements in the air to attack Li Hua. Blue light was emitted from Nian Bing's body. Just the release of magic light was enough to prove that she had at least the strength of an intermediate sorcerer. Li Hua's half-closed eyes suddenly opened and looked at Nian Bing with some surprise, feeling the magic from his hand continuously rushing to him. The surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. He clearly discovered that the young man in front of him, who looked about the same age as Long Longer, was transmitting an exceptionally pure magical power without a trace of impurities. What was even more precious was that his magical power was very condensed. After it was transmitted into his body, his own water magical power actually had a very difficult time dispelling the condensed icy aura. Moreover, when the ice magical power was transmitted, it was actually slightly rotating, like an endless river. With his own strength as a magic shooter, it was somewhat strenuous to resist this peculiar ice magical power. Okay. Li Hua suddenly opened his mouth, and his right hand shook slightly. Nian Bing only felt a gentle airflow like a wave, pushing her hand away from Li Hua's hand. Li Hua frowned slightly and looked at her, saying, "Tell me, who is your teacher?" Nian Bing lowered her head and said, "Honorable sorcerer, I don't have a teacher. I only learned to meditate from an unknown sorcerer. After that, I have been relying on myself to practice. Do you think I can pass the test?" Li Hua's eyes showed a strange light and said, "Whether you can pass the test or not depends on your performance. Now, you can use the magic you are most proud of, which is the highest level magic, to attack me. You have to remember that magic control is a very important part of magic. If you can only release magic but can't control it effectively, then you can't be a qualified sorcerer." Besides her father, this was the first time that Nian Bing had been instructed by another sorcerer. She nodded quickly. She didn't dare to use the Stone of Ice Goddess, so she just raised her hand and chanted loudly, "Great Ice Goddess, please lend me your anger and send us to the lost shore." Hearing her spell, Li Hua didn't show any expression, but Long Ling, and Shiju were surprised. Long Ling whispered to Shiju, "Senior, this should be the spell of Blizzard. Blizzard is a grade 4 ice spell that covers a large area. I've only mastered it not long ago. Since he can use this spell, his magic power shouldn't be below mine. It seems that we were right to let him in for the test." Jiu's expression was a little ugly. He snorted and said, "That depends on whether or not he can really use this magic. Who knows? Maybe he's just trying to force himself to chant the incantation. What's the use of just looking good?" Under the effect of the spell, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped sharply. Clear blue light spots constantly condensed on Nianbing's body. Although he didn't use the Sai of the Ice Goddess, which could be used as a magic wand, he had been practicing with the Stone of Ice Goddess for many years. He had long been connected with the Stone of Ice Goddess, Although he didn't use it directly, the effect was only a little less. The blue light spots floated around Nian Bing's body. The light flashed one after another, and the blue light spots began to spin around Nian Bing's body quickly. Blizzard was the level 4 ice magic that Nian Bing was best at, because when the blizzard was spinning, it was secretly connected to the magic power of ice and fire in his body. In the process of using it, he could save some magic power. Snowflakes appeared one after another. Li Hua's face also became serious. Feeling the surrounding temperature, he took out a small magic wand that was only 8 inches long. In a low voice, he chanted a few words. Suddenly, a watery ripple appeared in front of him. This was not a simple water wall spell, but an advanced version of it. It had reached the level 5 single target defensive water magic, water mirror spell. Not only could it have a very good defensive effect, but it could also, to a certain extent, counterattack the opponent's magic. The blizzard was finally formed. It spun quickly around Nian Bing's body. The spinning speed was getting faster and faster. Gradually, his figure could not be seen. Nian Bing's eyes shone with blue light. The blizzard condensed into a small tornado that flew close to the ground and flew towards Li Hua. Seeing this, Shijiu, who was at the side, said disdainfully, "Junior sister, what did I say? The snowstorm is only so small. Can it be called a snowstorm?" Longling's eyes showed a strange expression. "No, senior brother, you're wrong. Father once said that the blizzard spell can not only attack a large area and allow the ice magician to fly for a short period of time. If the magician's magic power reaches a certain level and he has good control of his magic, then it can be used as a single target attack spell. Using the blizzard spell as a single target attack, then its true power can be displayed. Father told me that when I can reach such a level, then I can continue to advance in the direction of an archmage." Looking at the blizzard that had condensed into such a large area, Li Hua's expression changed several times. He waved the magic wand in his hand and chanted a few words. 2 more water mirror spells blocked in front of him. Seeing that the blizzard that Nian Bing had condensed was about to reach Li Hua, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. Just as the other 3 magicians present were in a state of shock, the blizzard suddenly rose into the air. The entire whirlpool was horizontal, like a huge whip. From top to bottom, it lashed towards Li Hua's position. After all, Li Hua had been immersed in magic for many years. In the face of chaos, he was not flustered. He took a step forward and pointed the magic wand in his hand upwards. He forcibly raised the 3 water mirror spells in front of him above his head and welcomed the attack of the blizzard. Nian Bing's blizzard spell, which had the same source of ice and fire, was like a sharp blade. The mirrors could reflect light and even energy. However, when faced with a sharp blade, they could only meet force with force. The ear-piercing sound of friction rang out continuously. The first water mirror was quickly destroyed by the rapid rotation of the blizzard, followed by the second. When the blizzard reached Li Hua's final line of defense, it did not weaken. Other than the thinning of the snowflakes, its attack power did not decrease in the slightest. The hurricane filled the entire hall, forcing Shijiu and Longling to retreat to the edge of the hall and release their own defensive spells. At this moment, Nian Bing had already raised her magic to the limit. Li Hua's eyes shone brightly. His body suddenly became distorted. When the last water mirror was destroyed by Nian Bing's powerful blizzard, his body suddenly burrowed directly into the blizzard. Under everyone's shocked gasps, blue waves suddenly flashed. Nian Bing's entire body shook. She was pulled back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. The blizzard also disappeared in silence amidst the waves. In the entire hall, other than the extremely low temperature, everything else returned to normal. Li Hua's body appeared not too far away from Nian Bing. He seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "A Tier 4 spell can actually force me to use a Tier 7 spell, Water Melting Sky. Kid, your control over magic is almost on par with mine. It's a pity that your magic is only at the level of a grand mage. Long Ling, who was at the side, said in surprise, Uncle Li Hua, you're saying that he's a grand mage? Li Hua nodded and said, Other than you, this is the first time I've seen such a talented child. It's not easy for such a young age to cultivate magic to such a level. His level of magic is about the same as yours, but his control of magic is much better than yours. It's obvious that his spiritual power is very strong. It's almost at the level of a sorcerer. You can give him the title of a grand mage. The reason why your father didn't let you take the test is because your control of magic is not enough. In the future, you have to work harder in this area and strive to become a grand mage as soon as possible. Child, how old are you? The last sentence was asked by Nianbing. His tone was much gentler. Nianbing had used a lot of ice magic, but his spiritual power was strong, and he had the support of the same source of ice and fire, so he didn't feel much discomfort. He respectfully said, Honorable sorcerer, I'm 18 years old this year. Li Hua's eyes flashed. 18 years old. That means you're 1 year younger than Ling. It seems that I can only describe you as a genius. Ling also barely entered the realm of a grand mage after she was 19 years old, but you're even younger. An 18-year-old grand mage. Ha 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 ha. It seems that our Ice Moon Mage Guild will have another new talent. Come again tomorrow. I think the president will be very happy to see a genius like you. Although Nianbing wanted to read the books on ice magic spells tonight, he also knew that he couldn't be too hasty at this time. He respectfully saluted Li Hua and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. To the side, Shi Jiu's expression changed, and his eyes flickered with light. He had never thought that this youth in plain clothes would actually have the strength of a grand magus, and was even stronger than Long Ling, who had always been called a genius. The jealousy in his heart made his face ashen, and he couldn't say anything. At this time, Nianbing turned to Shi Jiu and Long Ling and said, Thank you for your help. I'll come again tomorrow. After saying that, he smiled at the two of them and turned to walk outside. Long Ling looked at Nianbing's figure from behind, and a strange feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Ever since she was young, she had always been the princess of the Magicians' Guild and was hailed as a magical genius. She had never thought that a plainly dressed youth would actually be stronger than her in terms of magical cultivation. She didn't feel jealous because of this. Instead, she was very curious about Nianbing. She was curious about how he cultivated to this level. Long Ling could be said to have grown up in magic gems. Her father, in order to let her understand the true essence of magic faster, began to teach her magic when she was 5 years old. Although she was only 19 years old now, she already had 14 years of magic cultivation. In addition to her extremely high perception, she had her current achievements. Ling, are you very surprised? You have to understand that there is always someone better than you. Li Hua looked at Long Ling and said with deep meaning in his eyes. Long Ling nodded and said, That snowstorm he used just now was really powerful. I've only heard of it from my father before, but I never thought that a snowstorm used for short distance flying could have such a strong attack power. Uncle Li Hua, your magic seems to have reached its peak again. Just now, I didn't even see you chant an incantation, and you used a 7th level spell. I don't know when Ling will reach this level. Li Hua smiled bitterly and said, Are you mocking me? Not to mention me. Even your father can't use a 7th level spell without chanting an incantation. I was too careless and only used a low-level spell to defend myself. By the time I reacted, it was too late to chant an incantation, so I could only use a 7th level scroll. Sigh, that scroll of mine took a lot of time and your father's helped to complete. If I were to sell it, it would be worth at least 100 purple coins. It's a situation where there is demand, but no supply. I'll go find your father now and tell him about this. Shi Jiu said with some dissatisfaction. Teacher Li Hua, is it that important? Maybe that boy also used a scroll just now. Li Hua said indifferently, If I can't even tell if he used a scroll or not, then I can't call myself a sorcerer. Magic can be activated with a scroll, but magic control can't be faked. If I give you a snowstorm scroll, can you control it like he did just now? Not only can he gather the snowstorm so densely, but he can also control it to suddenly change its direction. Although it's not very skillful, but even an ice sorcerer can only control it so well. His control over magic is so strong that it's much better than any of the great magicians on the continent. I really don't know how he trained at such a young age. After saying this, he looked at Shirjiu with deep meaning in his eyes, then turned and left. Li Hua left, and Long Ling woke up from her previous surprise. She muttered, "Uncle Li Hua hasn't smiled for a long time. During the test just now, he actually smiled." Shirjiu said unhappily, "I think teacher Li Hua is a little." "Forget it. Let's not care about him. Junior sister, let's go. How about I accompany you for supper?" Long Ling shook her head and said, "No, senior brother. Today I realize that in the practice of magic, I'm still so far behind. I don't have any advantage among my peers. I want to seize the opportunity to practice and strive to catch up with Nian Bing as soon as possible. You should practice more too. See you tomorrow. I don't know what father will do when he sees Nian Bing tomorrow." After saying this, she bid farewell to Shirjiu and fluttered away. Chapter 12. Shirjiu looked at Long Ling's disappearing silhouette with infatuation, but in his heart he was secretly thinking of a countermeasure. He was nearly 10 years older than Long Ling and had practically watched Long Ling grow up. Since young, his heart had long been attached to his junior sister. Nian Bing's appearance had greatly increased the sense of crisis in his heart. Nian Bing's age was about the same as Long Ling's, and his appearance was much more handsome than his own. In addition to his impressive magical abilities, other than his background, he was not inferior to him in any other aspect. His junior sister was so beautiful. If he were to enter the guild, he was afraid that it would not be easy for him to woo his junior sister. It seemed that he had to think of a way to deal with this. After leaving the Magician's Guild, Nian Bing was in a good mood. He knew that the evaluation of a sorcerer was definitely not wrong. He did not expect that he had actually unintentionally reached the level of a great magician. Moreover, he possessed 2 types of magic at the same time. If he were to cast 2 Tier 4 spells, he would be much more powerful than an ordinary great magician. Although he was excited, he would definitely not be arrogant. Although there was only one level of difference between a great magician and a sorcerer, this one level was an extremely difficult gap to cross. Nian Bing remembered very clearly that his father had once said that he had reached the level of a great magician when he was 24 years old. However, he had always been practicing diligently until he was 35 years old, when he entered the realm of a sorcerer with the help of the divine Stone of Fire. That was already quite fast. Even the youngest sorcerer on the continent was not that fast. From a great magician to a sorcerer, unless one had extremely good luck, it would be very difficult to advance to that high level of a magician without dozens of years of hard work. A great magician and a sorcerer could also be said to be a gap within a magician. Once crossed, one could enter the forest of powerful magicians and no longer need to fear warriors of the same level. The most powerful great magician could only cast Tier 5 large-scale spells, while the most powerful sorcerer could cast Tier 8 spells. From Tier 5 to Tier 8, that was a qualitative improvement. Nian Bing was not in a hurry to return to the cool breeze cell. He bought a black full-length robe and a skull mask that a child played with. As he walked, a faint cold light shone in his eyes. When he was about to return to the cool breeze cell, he walked to a dark corner and put on the black robe. He reached into his robe and held the divine Stone of Fire in his right hand. He stood in a corner and looked in the direction of the cool breeze cell and the entrance of the great accomplishment pavilion from afar. This was the best time for the restaurant to have guests. There was an endless stream of customers at the entrance of the great accomplishment pavilion. Although there were fewer people at the Cool Breeze restaurant, It was obvious that they were either elegant people or ordinary magicians. Nian Bing stood there without moving. He was very patient and could wait. His gaze was always on the entrance of the great accomplishment pavilion, waiting for the person he was waiting for. The ice and fire energy in his body circulated naturally, constantly replenishing the ice element that he had consumed. His left hand reached into his robe and grasped the hilt of the morning dew dagger. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them. At this moment, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Finally, after waiting for more than an hour, the target finally appeared. Shopkeeper Liao San, whom Xue Jing called a mangy dog, walked out of the door. He was still holding his large iron fan. With a wave of his hand, the fan opened up and gently patted his chest, causing the night breeze to blow into his face. When the girls at the door saw him come out, they immediately stood up straight and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Liao San walked in front of a girl and suddenly raised his hand to pinch her pink face. He scolded, "Are you a fucking zombie? Who would come if you keep welcoming guests like this? Smile, do you hear me?" The girl's body trembled. She hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. Third shopkeeper, I know I was wrong." Liao San laughed lecherously. "It's good that you know you were wrong. After work tonight, come to my room and I'll teach you a lesson. You'll know what to do in the future." The girl's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "No. Third shopkeeper, I know I was wrong. Please spare me." Her knees went soft and she almost knelt on the ground. Liao San grabbed her by the collar and angrily said, "Damn it, you're courting death. Serving me is a blessing you've cultivated for several lifetimes. Since you don't want to, then die for me." He waved the fan in his hand and was about to hit the girl in front of him. Liao San waved his fan, but suddenly felt his hand tighten. "Fuck, who dares to stop me?" While cursing, he turned around and saw a middle-aged man holding the fan appear behind him. This man had a clean face and a handsome face, but his eyes were filled with a sinister aura. Seeing this person's appearance, Liao San immediately softened and quickly said with an apologetic smile, "Second brother, so it looks like you. This little girl didn't even give me face. I was just about to teach her a lesson." The middle-aged man snorted. "I think the one who should be taught a lesson is you. When will you change your bad temper? Rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. If you want to play with women, go find them in the brothels. If you continue to cause trouble in the pavilion, I'll tell Big Brother and have him put you in solitary confinement. Don't you know that the boss hates people who affect his business? We 3 brothers may be shopkeepers, but if you anger the boss, no one can protect you. Also, Big Brother told me to warn you not to provoke that shoe-edging girl from Clear Wind Pavilion. Clear Wind Pavilion has the backing of the Magicians' Union. Even the boss doesn't dare to touch them, let alone you. If one day you anger them and they find a high-level magician to kill you, you'll die in vain." Liao San was dissatisfied with the middle-aged man's reprimand, but he didn't dare to say anything. "Second brother, there aren't many things happening in the pavilion today. I'll go out for a walk. I'll be more careful in the future." The middle-aged man nodded. "Go. Don't be too ostentatious. Come back early, and I'll put in a good word for you to Big Brother." Liao San chuckled. The fat on his face piled up. It was uglier than crying. "Then I'll go. If it's a brothel, then so be it." With that, he continued to pat his fat chest with the large fan in his hand and walked down the street to the south. When Liao San moved, Nian Bing, who had been waiting for him, also moved. She held the morning dew dagger in her hand and followed Liao San like an ordinary passerby. The moment Nian Bing left with Liao San, the head shopkeeper she had seen in the morning hurried out of Great Accomplishment Pavilion. The second shopkeeper was at the door greeting guests. When he saw him, he hurriedly asked, "Big Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen in the pavilion?" The fat on the head shopkeeper's face trembled. He shook his head and said, "Nothing happened in the pavilion. However, The boss just told me that an extremely distinguished guest will be coming to our place tomorrow. He told me to suspend the business tomorrow. After the guest leaves tonight, you and Liao San have to keep an eye on the servants and make sure they clean up the place. You can't be careless. The second shopkeeper was stunned. Big brother, what kind of guest could be so distinguished? The last time Prince Dongming came here, the boss didn't close the business. Our business is big. If we close the business for a day, our income will decrease a lot. The shopkeeper impatiently said, "All right, don't ask any more. You'll know who came tomorrow. Do as I say. Don't be careless. Where's Liao San?" The second shopkeeper hesitated. Liao San, he saw that there was nothing wrong in the pavilion and said he wanted to go out for a walk. I let him go. The head shopkeeper snorted. He must have gone to the brothel again. I don't know when he'll change his bad habits. Go and drag him back here. If we don't receive the distinguished guest tomorrow, none of us will have a good time. The second shopkeeper nodded and hurriedly chased in the direction the third shopkeeper left. As Liao San walked, he hummed a tune with 4 notes out of 5. He was thinking about which brothel he should go to find a girl today. After being taught a lesson by Shuejing this morning, he was full of anger. How could he feel comfortable without finding a place to vent? After turning a corner, he entered a narrow alley. He was very familiar with the layout of this area. As long as he passed through here, he would find the best brothel. Stop! You've reached the end. A cold voice came from behind. Liao San felt the hair on his neck stand up. He quickly turned around and blocked his face with his fan. What he saw was a man in black. Under the moonlight, he could see that the man was very tall, with broad shoulders and a broad back. He wore a white skull mask on his head. Liao San was startled when he saw the man. Damn it! Which bastard is pretending to be mysterious? I'll chop you to death. Chop me to death? I think you'll be the one to die first. The man in black raised his right hand. A fiery red light suddenly lit up. A fireball appeared in his palm. The fireball grew bigger and bigger. In just a few blinks of an eye, it became the size of a human head. The skull mask on the man's face looked even more strange under the fiery red light. Liao San stepped back in shock. He tried to act tough. You're a magician. It's the people of the Breeze sect who asked you to deal with me, isn't it? The man in black coldly said no. It's the heavens who want to deal with you. You don't need to know who I am. Your life is coming to an end. Go to hell and ask. The fireball suddenly lit up. With a whooshing sound, the fireball rushed toward Liao San. Liao San was a man who had seen the world. His body lit up with a yellow light. He aimed at the fireball and waved his fan forward. Although magicians were respected, as long as they weren't super magicians, warriors wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, Liao San wasn't afraid. He believed that with his fighting power, it would be easy to break the fireball. He would then chop the magician into pieces. Just as the fireball was about to be hit by Liao San's fan, it suddenly changed its direction and flew up, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Liao San's fan, which was full of dou qi, suddenly hit the wall on the side. His dou qi was indeed powerful, and in the midst of the smoke, the wall on the side of the street was suddenly hit with a big hole. Liao San was furious. The moment he hit the wall, his fighting power poured out crazily. At this moment, his fighting power defense was at its weakest. The blue light was so beautiful, but at this moment, it was like a ghost from hell. The light was so faint that it looked like a thread of blue light in the night. Before Liao San could withdraw his fan, the blue light had already pierced through his forehead and disappeared. Liao San's whole body froze and began to spasm violently. At this moment, the fireball that was flying up came from behind and hit Liao San's back. Liao San was turned into a burning man. But because his life was already ended by the blue light, he didn't even have time to scream. His tall and strong body fell to the ground. The dark alley was lit up by the fire. The man in black with the skull mask said in a hoarse voice, "Those who helped me I will repay tenfold." Those who made me enemies, I will destroy them. He was Nian Bing. He clearly remembered the humiliation this morning. When he left the ice god tower, he swore that as long as he was strong enough, he would never be humiliated again. Today was the first time he killed someone, but he didn't feel a trace of fear. It was as if Liao San's death had nothing to do with him, as if he was just crushing an ant. Because he killed Liao San, Nian Bing felt an indescribable joy in his heart. The darkness in his heart was fully released. His body even emitted a trace of evil aura. Suddenly, a cold and sharp aura came from behind. Although it didn't reach him, Nian Bing felt a faint pain in his back. Without any hesitation, his right hand pulled out the morning dew dagger. The blue light spread out behind him. At this moment, in his heart, everything was as light as firewood. With a soft sound, Nian Bing groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed down the edge of his mask. He staggered back a dozen steps before he could stand firm. The second shopkeeper of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion appeared in his previous position, holding a broken long sword in his hand. At this moment, he could clearly feel an icy chill flowing through the broken blade towards him. His entire body couldn't help but shiver. When the fireball was about to hit Liao San's head, the second manager was already behind Nian Bing. However, it was too late for him to save Liao San. In order not to disturb Nian Bing, he didn't make a sound. When the fireball exploded, he secretly activated his fighting aura, pulled out the flexible sword coiled around his waist, and stabbed Nian Bing from behind. However, he would never have thought that his opponent, who was clearly a magician, would be able to turn around in time and even break the sword in his hand. Although that greenish-blue light flashed and disappeared, he could clearly feel that it was definitely a peerless blade. Slowly putting down his raised hand, the second manager emitted the same yellow light as Liao San and walked towards Nian Bing step by step. The same fighting aura, but it was much stronger than Liao San's. As he walked, he stared at the skull mask on Nian Bing's face and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you try to kill my third brother? Tell me, did Clear Wind Sect send you here? Breeze Sect? Do you think they can order me around?" Although she was in a passive situation, Nian Bing didn't panic. She stood firm and stared at the second manager through the hole in her mask. "Not Breeze Sect? Then who are you? Why did you try to kill my third brother? You don't have to tell me, but I'll make you beg for death." The second manager's voice was even colder. Nian Bing calmly said, "I'm an assassin. You can call me the Demon Killer. I've already killed today, so I don't want to do it again. See you next time." The red flame soared into the sky without any warning, and like a huge plane, it blasted towards the second shopkeeper. The second manager was very familiar with Liao San's ability. Although Liao San wasn't as strong as himself, his fighting aura wasn't much weaker. Just now, Liao San was killed in front of this mysterious person who called himself the Demon Killer. When he saw the flame wall coming towards him, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly threw away the broken sword in his hand and gathered all his fighting aura to attack the flame wall. There was no sound, only sparks. The second manager's fighting aura kept echoing in the narrow alley. He was surprised to find that the flame wall didn't have the slightest power. However, when the sparks disappeared, the Demon Killer who was not far from him was gone. The fire on Liao San's body was still burning. A trace of fear rose in the second manager's heart. The mysterious Demon Killer was putting a lot of pressure on him. He was afraid that the Demon Killer was hiding in the dark and using his strange magic to attack him. Nian Bing staggered to a corner of the street and stopped. She gasped for breath and used an ordinary healing spell on herself. Only then did she feel a little better. The second manager's fighting aura didn't disperse. If the morning dew dagger hadn't broken his sword in time, Nian Bing would have been pierced through the heart. Even so, the fighting aura that entered her body when the sword was broken had shaken her internal organs. After all, he wasn't a warrior. As a magician, his weakest point was his body. The flame wall was a 5th level spell. Nian Bing could use it, but it would take her a while to chant the spell. The spell he used to escape wasn't a real flame wall. Since he could condense a snowstorm, he could also use his strong mental strength to expand an ordinary 1st level fireball to the size of a flame wall. Nian Bing didn't know that the meridians in his body had become much tougher than those of ordinary people under the constant training of the magic of ice and fire. That was why he was able to withstand the combat energy from the sword. If he had been an ordinary mage, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape even if he didn't die. After panting for a while, the pain in his internal organs lessened a little. The healing technique was gradually taking effect. The Masha Envoy, this name that he had come up with on the spur of the moment, was deeply imprinted in his mind. He secretly swore that one day the Masha Envoy would descend upon the transcendental ice god tower and bring death to those who had once harmed his parents. While thinking, he quickly took off his clothes and wrapped the mask in them. Then he slowly walked to the back door of the breeze shop. When Nian Bing returned to the breeze shop, it was already late at night. She carefully opened the back door and quietly walked to the woodshed. From the back door to the woodshed, she had to pass through the back garden. Uncle Lee had told her that the back garden was the exclusive place of the owner of the breeze shop. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter. The wall of the back garden was about 2 meters tall, and there were openings in the shape of plum blossoms on it. The green wall blended in with the surrounding environment, and with Nian Bing's height, he was able to see the situation inside through the openings in the shape of plum blossoms. He walked along the small path, and from the corner of his eye, he accidentally saw a red shadow flash past the openings in the shape of plum blossoms. Out of curiosity, he subconsciously moved closer to the openings to look at the back garden. It was a graceful figure. A long sword that was shining with a red light was flying up and down, bringing with it a red light. The condensed dough qi emitted a strong fluctuation, blowing the surrounding flowers and trees, causing them to rustle. The person performing the sword was Xuejing. She seemed to like the color red very much. Although she had changed into a long dress, it was still the same flame-like color. Her body looked so vigorous, and her movements were as smooth as flowing water. Nian Bing was a little confused. It was so late. Why was she still practicing the sword here instead of going back to sleep? Forget it. Who cares? I'd better go back quickly and use a few more healing techniques on my body. I'll think about it after I've healed. Thinking of this, he quietly turned around. Just as he was about to leave, he accidentally stepped on the edge of a clump of flowers and plants, making a very soft sound. Who is it? Nian Bing thought to himself. He hurriedly threw the black robe and mask in his hands into the flowers and plants as fast as he could. Just as he finished this action, a red cloud jumped over the wall of the garden and floated in front of him. In the direction of the red light, Xuejing's long sword was already resting on Nian Bing's neck. The fighting aura flowing around her made him not dare to make the slightest move. Xuejing clearly remembered Nian Bing's handsome face. She frowned and said, "It's you. Didn't I ask you to go to the woodshed to help? It's so late. Why aren't you resting? What are you doing out here?" Nian Bing pretended to be in fear and trepidation and said, "Hello, Mississippi. I'm new here today. I wanted to go out to buy some daily necessities, but the things in Ice Snow City were too expensive, so I couldn't buy them. I just arrived here, and I'm not familiar with the roads. I went in the wrong direction, so I came back late. It's so late. Aren't you still awake?" Xuejing was obviously in a bad mood. She snorted and put the red sword back into the sheath. "It's good that it's like this. If I find out that you've done something bad to Qingfeng, Zhai, be careful of your head." I wouldn't dare. It's all thanks to Miss that I have food to eat. I will strictly abide by my duty. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." He thought that he had passed. It seemed that he could only come back later to get the black robe and mask. After bowing slightly to Xuejing, he hurriedly walked in the direction of the woodshed. "Wait a minute." Xuejing suddenly called out to Nianbing. Nianbing's body stiffened. He thought to himself, could it be that she saw what I threw in the flowers? It can't be. It's so dark and she's not a night owl. He turned around and said, Miss, do you have any other orders? Xuejing looked at Nianbing from head to toe. Suddenly, in a flash, she appeared in front of Nianbing without any preparation. She grabbed his clothes and jumped up. Nianbing had felt the feeling of riding the clouds when he used Blizzard, but it was the first time that he was passively grabbed by someone. His right hand subconsciously touched the morning dew dagger, while his left hand prepared a magic spell. If Xuejing wanted to do something bad to him, he would be able to react at the fastest speed. Xuejing tapped lightly on the garden wall and floated into the garden with Nianbing. Wrapped in red fighting energy, they arrived at the eaves of an octagonal pavilion in the garden after a few leaps. She put Nianbing to the side and whispered, "Sit down and don't move." In fact, even if she didn't say anything, Nianbing didn't dare to move. This pavilion was 4 to 5 meters high. If he fell, it would be terrible. He didn't understand why Xuejing brought him up, but he couldn't ask at this time. He could only carefully use healing spells on himself. If there were any changes, he would be better able to deal with it. Xuejing rested her elbows on her bent knees. Her beautiful eyes stared at the round moon in the sky, a blurred light flashing through them. Nianbing could tell that she had something on her mind. One of them was preoccupied with his own thoughts, while the other was secretly healing his wounds. Neither of them made a sound. An hour passed, and Nianbing could already feel that his internal organs were no longer as painful as before. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quietly grabbed the divine stone of fire in his hand. Fire-type magic had always been the best choice for attacking. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene of him insta-killing Liao San. He knew that with his strength, even in a head-on confrontation, he could easily deal with Liao San. However, it definitely wasn't as easy as it was back then. Liao San actually had Duki, and he didn't look weak either. He should have the strength of a sword master. The reason why he was able to kill Liao San so easily was because he had cleverly used 2 types of magic. The Tier 3 bursting fireball as a guide, and the Frost Star Needle, which he had researched using Ice Blade as a foundation and the Culinary Arts Fine Needle Piercing Rice. That was how he was able to kill Liao San in one fell swoop. Although the Ice Blade technique was only a rank 2 ice magic when it was compressed into the shape of a needle, its power was not to be underestimated. As long as the opponent's Duki wasn't too strong, it could be used to penetrate the opponent's defense. Why aren't you saying anything? Nianbing was just thinking about the mysteries of magic when Xuejing's voice suddenly rang in his ears. He jumped in fright and instinctively dodged to the side. His foot slipped, and he immediately slid down the pavilion with a cry of surprise. In the situation where he lost his balance, Nianbing couldn't help but grab at Xuejing's skirt. Nianbing was startled by Xuejing, and his sudden slide also startled Xuejing. She only felt her body become heavy, and under the pull, she fell down the pavilion with Nianbing. The two fell down the pavilion at the same time. Xuejing, after all, had practiced martial arts since she was a child, so her reaction was very fast. She flipped her body in the air and grabbed Nianbing's waist with one hand, while her other hand slapped downwards, using the recoil of Duki to send herself and Nianbing back to the pavilion. Silence, absolute silence. Nianbing and Xuejing looked at each other, and the two maintained a strange posture. Xuejing had her arms around Nianbing's waist, while Nianbing had one hand around Xuejing's neck and the other hand holding onto her skirt. Half of Xuejing's snow-white thigh was exposed to the air because of her skirt. Nianbing's hand that was holding onto her neck kept feeling the smoothness of her thigh. His heartbeat sped up, and for a moment his mind was blank. He who had always been quick-witted was at a loss. Bastard. Xuejing suddenly let go of her hand and slapped Nianbing's face, which almost made him fall down the pavilion again. Xu Ejing hooked her foot and pulled Nian Bing to her side. She slapped away his hand that was holding onto her skirt and looked at him angrily. Nian Bing was stunned by Xu Ejing's slap. He covered his face with his hand, not knowing what to do. Xu Ejing's eyes gradually changed. A thin layer of mist gradually thickened, and tears swirled around her eyes. Suddenly, as if she had been wronged, she burst into tears, and tears kept falling down her face. "Miss, I didn't do it on purpose." Nian Bing tried to sound her out. A beautiful woman was crying in front of him. He really didn't know what to do now. Xu Ejing suddenly raised her head and looked at Nian Bing angrily. "I told you not to move." "Who told you to move?" Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "I was scared by you. Do you think I wanted to move?" At this time, the previous erotic scene was still replaying in front of his eyes. He had already forgotten his own identity. Xu Ejing stared at Nian Bing with her big eyes. "Isn't that your fault? Who told you to not speak for an hour?" Nian Bing said in surprise, "Didn't you tell me to sit and not move? You were the one who caught me." Xu Ejing knew that she was in the wrong. She wiped the tears on her face with her sleeve and snorted. "Everyone else is a hero saving a beauty. Today, I came here to save a good-for-nothing. You've grown such a big body for nothing." Nian Bing smiled bitterly. If she was a good-for-nothing, then so be it. He couldn't tell Xu Ejing that he was actually a magician. He still hadn't seen the culinary skills of the Breeze restaurant. Everything still needed time. Touching his face, he found that the left side of his face had already swollen into a palm-shaped mark. He only knew the lowest level of healing magic. Even if he used it every day, he probably wouldn't be able to see anyone for at least 3 days. The first time he killed someone, he was almost killed. When he finally ran back, he was inexplicably slapped. When he was unlucky, even cold water would be stuck in his teeth. Xu Ejing returned to her previous posture. Her expression gradually calmed down. Looking at the moon in the sky, she said, "Where are you from?" "Me," Nian Bing said. "I'm from the Huarong Empire." This was the first time he had mentioned his hometown. Even when he was learning how to cook, Cha Ji had never asked him this question. "Huarong Empire?" "That's the Huarong Empire, called the Fire Empire. It's also the country furthest from our Ice Moon Empire. Why did you come all the way here?" Nian Bing sighed softly. Who would be willing to leave their home? "Isn't it all because fate forced me to? When I was 10 years old, I came to the Ice Moon Empire with my father. Now I'm the only one left." Xu Ejing turned to look at Nian Bing. "It looks like you're also sad?" Chapter 13. Nian Bing's heart shook, and he immediately woke up from his memories. He secretly scolded himself. Why did his vigilance become so low? It seemed that the power of a beautiful woman was not small. "Miss, why do you use two?" Xu Ejing glared at him and said, "Didn't you call me you for a long time just now? Why are you calling me miss now?" Nian Bing helplessly said, "I lost my composure just now. I should have called you miss." Xu Ejing impatiently waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I'm very annoyed today. I just want to find someone to chat with. Don't call me miss. Just call me Xu Ejing. I originally wanted to have a good chat with Ling, but she doesn't understand that aspect. Instead, it made me even more confused." "Oh, right. What's your name again?" "My name is Nian Bing." "Then tell me, what kind of woman is most liked by men?" After Xu Ejing gathered her courage to ask this question, her beautiful face immediately flushed red. Nian Bing secretly thought that this Qing Feng Zhai's young miss was probably in love. "Miss, oh no, Xu Ejing, I'm not too sure about this. However, a girl as beautiful as Miss would definitely be liked by all men." When Xu Ejing heard this, her beautiful eyes once again filled with tears. "You're talking nonsense. Then why doesn't he like me? All day long he puts on a cool appearance, and when people talk to him, he ignores them." She was not the person involved. How would she know the situation? Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, "Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to ask him about this. Perhaps, although he doesn't say it, he likes you in his heart? Shuejing forcefully shook off the tears in her eyes and said with some surprise, "Is what you said true?" Nian Bing hesitated and said, "It should be. Since you like him, just get closer. Where there's a will, there's a way." Shuejing hit Nian Bing and said, "But I'm a girl. How can a girl take the initiative in this kind of thing? Nian Bing, you just said that a beautiful girl like me would definitely be liked by all men. Then, do you like someone like me?" Cough, cough. Nian Bing almost choked to death on her own saliva. "Miss, don't joke around. Our identities are different." Shuejing insisted, "I don't care. Let's not look at status now. If we were friends, would you like me?" From the bottom of Nian Bing's heart, he preferred girls with gentle temperaments like Long Ling or Feng Nu. Shuejing, this kind of shrewish beauty, was not very attractive to him. But at this time, looking at the tears in Shuejing's eyes, he really could not bear to say no. So he nodded gently and said awkwardly, "Yes." "Humph, you seem to be forcing yourself. However, you must remember what you said today. If I ask you to do anything in the future, you must not refuse. Do you hear me?" Nian Bing agreed with a wry smile. At this time, what else could he do if he did not agree? Shuejing turned around and faced Mingyu again. She murmured, "He's really handsome. However, in terms of appearance, he doesn't seem to be as beautiful as you. But he's already a great swordsman, close to a martial fighter. The way he holds the sword is very beautiful. That feeling of power. Even if you flatter a horse, you can't compare. I like people with heroic spirit like him the most. No, I must find a chance to test his feelings. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied no matter what." That night, Nian Bing sat in the pavilion with Shuejing until dawn. Only then did Shuejing take him out of the garden and let him leave. It was fine not to sleep for a night, but this was the first time in many years that Nian Bing did not meditate at night. When he returned to his room, he did not sleep. He desperately used healing magic on himself, hoping to remove the palm print on his face so that he could go to the Magician's Guild to read the magic incantation. However, things did not go as he wished. The effect of his primary healing magic was limited. Although the palm print was lighter, it was still there. In desperation, Nian Bing quietly went out before dawn. He found a pharmacy that was open around the clock and bought some white gauze. He folded it into a thick pile and stuck it on his left face with tape. Although it was not good-looking, it was much better than having a red palm print on his face. Uncle Li walked out of his room with a yawn. He breathed in the fresh air and stretched his body. He turned his head to look at the door on the other side and said to himself, "I wonder if Nian Bing came back last night. Young people are always so playful. Uncle Li, I did come back a little late last night. I'm sorry." Nian Bing pushed the door open. He had just come back and put away the black robe and mask. He did not even have time to sit down. Uncle Li looked at the gauze on his face and could not help but ask in surprise, "What happened to you? Are you hurt?" Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "I was walking on the road yesterday and accidentally tripped over something. As a result, I broke my face. I had to put some medicine on it. The doctor said it would take 3 or 4 days to recover." Uncle Li laughed and said, You are really stupid. It would be bad if you leave a scar on your face. Be careful in the future. Let's go and have breakfast." Nian Bing was indeed hungry. The last meal was at Feng Nu's at noon yesterday. Under Uncle Li's lead, the two walked in the direction of the kitchen. In the distance, they could see 2 rows of long wooden tables in front of the kitchen door. There were about 30 to 40 people in white chef uniforms sitting there eating and drinking. Nian Bing said, "The people in the kitchen wake up so early." Uncle Li said, "Of course they wake up early. Every morning is the busiest. They have to prepare the materials needed for the day. The materials used by our Cool Breeze Fasten are all of the best quality. There are 3 to 4 people in charge of selecting the materials. Let's go and see what we are eating today." Breakfast was steamed buns and porridge. Most of the chefs knew Uncle Li. Under Uncle Li's introduction, Nian Bing greeted them one by one. When Uncle Li brought him to the last wooden table, Nian Bing found that there was only one person eating at this table. The other chefs consciously went to other tables and ate by themselves. Nian Bing, this is the head chef of our Cool Breeze Fasten. He is known as the King of Cooks, Ming Yuan, Master Ming. Hurry up and meet him. Head chef, his name is Nian Bing. He is new to help me. He is quite diligent. I will have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. Uncle Li introduced Nian Bing eagerly. Ming Yuan had a medium build. He was neither fat nor thin. When he heard Uncle Li's introduction, he raised his head to look at Nian Bing. He was about 40 years old. Although his appearance was ordinary, his eyes gave Nian Bing a sense of familiarity. He had seen the same gaze in Cha Ji's eyes. However, compared to Cha Ji, he was much worse. Cha Ji had once told Nian Bing that a capable chef's gaze was different from that of an ordinary chef. This was because he focused on cooking all year round. He told Nian Bing that although Nian Bing had learned all of his cooking skills, there was still a gap in terms of heat control and perception. And perception needed the support of perception. Ming Yuan's expression was very cold. Nian Bing nodded slightly and continued to eat his breakfast. Uncle Li led Nian Bing to a table nearby. The two of them also began to eat. The steamed buns were filled with meat, but the taste was very different. However, when one was hungry, as long as there was something to fill one's stomach, it was enough. Just as Nian Bing was full and was about to go back to work with Uncle Li, the person he didn't want to see appeared again. That fiery red figure slowly walked over. Uncle Ming, what did you eat for breakfast? Do you have a share for me? The appearance of Xu Ejing made all the kitchen staff stop what they were doing and stand up to salute her. Only Ming Yuan remained in his seat. He looked at Xu Ejing with some affection and said, "You little girl, didn't you already send your breakfast over? Why did you come here to ask for it? Do you need something from me?" At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Xu Ejing didn't sleep the whole night, but her spirit didn't show any signs of fatigue. "Can't I look for you if I don't need anything? Can't your niece miss you?" Ming Yuan laughed and said, "Miss me? I think you're missing the snacks I made, right? Tell me, do you want to eat nest, candy rolls, or golden incense rings today? Uncle has nothing to do in the morning, so I'll make them for you when I'm free." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat when he heard the terms nest, candy rolls, and golden incense rings. He had heard of 2 of the 3 pastries before. Candy rolls and golden incense rings were famous snacks, but there were very few people who could control the heat and make them well. But what was nest? Since Ming Yuan was called the king of wonderful cooks, he must be good at clever cooking methods. If there was a chance, she must ask this nest's cooking method. Xu Ejing thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Ming, then I want to eat golden incense rings. You also know that people love to eat this. Why don't you teach me how to make it?" Ming Yuan pretended to be frightened and said, "You? Forget it. Unless your father agrees to burn down the kitchen of the Cool Breeze restaurant, I'll teach you. Otherwise, Uncle still wants to live for a few more years and give you a few more tasty meals. But, little girl, even though golden incense rings are crispy and fragrant, they're still too oily. It's not very good for the skin." Xu Ejing giggled and said, "I don't eat it every day. It's fine to eat it once in a while." Ming Yuan stood up and said, "All right then, come with me. Uncle will make it for you now. Anyway, the ingredients are ready-made." Xu Ejing smiled and whispered a few words into Ming Yuan's ear. After hearing that, Ming Yuan frowned and his gaze fell on Nian Bing, who was not far away. He thought for a moment and said, "Little girl, you only know how to make trouble for me. But I'll say this, I'll only make it once. How much he can learn is his own problem." Xu Ejing said happily, "I knew Uncle is the best." Ming Yuan said unhappily, "Don't be the one who's been bewitched by that pretty boy. You little girl, I really can't help it." After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen. Nian Bing noticed that when Ming Yuan left, he glanced at her. His gaze seemed to contain a warning. Could it be that what Xu Ejing whispered in his ear just now had something to do with her? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard Xu Ejing call out, "Nian Bing, come over here and help Uncle Ming." When she said that, all the chef's eyes fell on Nian Bing. All kinds of strange expressions appeared one after another. Needless to say, many of them had already misunderstood. One had to know that the wonderful chef Wang Mingyuan had always been famous for keeping his dishes to himself. He never allowed others to watch him cook. Xu Ejing's call obviously meant that she wanted Nian Bing to learn how to make golden incense rings from him. Nian Bing stood up and pointed at her own nose. "Miss, you called me? I'm just a firewood cutter." Xu Ejing glared at her and said angrily, "I told you to come over, so come over. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up." Nian Bing was helpless. She could only walk to Xu Ejing's side and ask in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Xu Ejing smiled slightly and said, "Consider it as repayment for the slap on your face. Let me tell you, I don't know how many people want to learn Uncle Ming's unique skills. This is a rare opportunity. You have to work hard. As long as you can learn a little, you'll have the capital to eat in the future. If you practice well, I'll ask Uncle Ming to transfer you from the woodshed to the kitchen." Nian Bing looked at Xu Ejing with a strange gaze. This girl with a fierce temper seemed to have her cute side. Xu Ejing's charming face blushed slightly. She pushed Nian Bing, "Hurry up and go. Don't get the wrong idea. Last night, you accompanied me for half a day and got slapped by me. I'm just compensating you. What's more, I might need you to do me a favor in the future." As the two talked, they entered the kitchen. Qingfeng Fasting lived up to its reputation as a famous restaurant. Just this kitchen alone was over 1,000 square meters. Although it was very big and there were all kinds of ingredients, it was not messy at all. It was obvious that it had been carefully tidied up. All kinds of kitchen utensils were neatly arranged. Xu Ejing pulled Nian Bing to the innermost part of the kitchen. As they walked, she said, "Uncle Ming doesn't usually cook. Only important guests get to taste the dishes he personally makes. Of course, I'm an exception." The area where Ming Yuan cooked was covered by a curtain. Clearly, he did not want anyone to see his appearance while he cooked. Nian Bing shook her head inwardly. These famous chefs were all so stingy. How could they promote their culinary skills? Xu Ejing and Nian Bing lifted the curtain and entered Ming Yuan's personal cooking space, which was about 20 square meters in size. Ming Yuan glanced at them and said to Nian Bing coldly, "I'll only do it once. I'll be quick. You have to watch carefully. How much you can learn will depend on your luck." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands immediately began to move. Ming Yuan's left hand grabbed a clean and empty basin from the side. His right hand scooped up about a caddy of noodles into the basin with a ladle. At the same time, his left hand scooped up half a ladle of water from the other side and slowly poured it into the bowl of noodles. His two hands were performing different actions, but there was not the slightest bit of confusion. Nian Bing knew that this was the famous technique of interplay in the culinary world. It allowed one to do two things at the same time, but at the same time, focus on what one was cooking. Ming Yuan's right hand took out some white powder from 3 white seasoning boxes and added it into the flour. He said calmly, "Warm water to dissolve salt, alkali, and a little bit of alum. This is the foundation." As soon as he finished speaking, the work in his hands was done. With a shake of his hands, the tools in his hands returned to their original positions. His two hands inserted into the basin at the same time and quickly stirred. In just a few blinks of an eye, the previously scattered flour and seasonings had now become a dough. Nian Bing was very clear in her heart that what was put in was secondary. The most important thing was the amount. The kneading technique was also very particular. One's wrist must be strong. Moreover, the kneading direction and order were different, so the finished product would be different. Although the cooking of the golden fragrance ring had just begun, Nian Bing had already seen many things. She nodded in her heart. An expert, as expected of an expert. It seemed that her trip to the Qingfeng restaurant was not in vain. Ming Yuan's hands moved faster and faster. The dough constantly changed into various shapes in his hands. Sometimes it was long and sometimes it was flat. There was no time for him to stop. If it were an ordinary chef when making the golden fragrance ring, the dough would have to be kneaded for an hour and a half before continuing the process. The reason why Ming Yuan kept kneading the dough was that he wanted to save the process of kneading the dough. This required an extremely high level of skill and familiarity with a mixture of several seasonings to be able to do. With this point alone, Ming Yuan had already proved that he did not get the title of wonderful chef for nothing. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour of kneading, the dough was placed on the chopping board in an oval shape. Ming Yuan looked very calm, as if the 10 minutes of intense kneading did not affect him at all. He glanced at Nian Bing and said, "Look carefully. The next step is the key." As he spoke, he lit the stove with a flint, put a clean iron pot over the fire, and poured half of the oil into it. A thick rolling pin, about 5 meters long, was held in his hand. With just a few simple movements, the dough on the chopping board had been turned into flat pieces. After that, his movements were very fast. Obviously, Ming Yuan did not want Nian Bing to learn too much from him. A small knife, specially used for making noodles, was held in his hand. The knife flashed continuously, and the flat pieces had become uniform strips about 2 inches wide. He put the strips of dough on the chopping board. Ming Yuan pressed one end of the dough with one hand and held the other end of the dough with the other hand. He rolled the dough into flat pieces about 2 inches thick. With the knife, he cut the dough into 1.5 inch wide pieces. Every 2 pieces were stacked together, and he made a cut in the middle with the knife. Nian Bing saw very clearly that the 2 sides were not cut through. At this time, the oil was already 50% hot. Ming Yuan waved his right hand, and the half-finished golden incense rings slid lightly into the pot. A pair of chopsticks jumped into his left hand from who knows where. The chopsticks supported the center of the oiled dough, and suddenly a round ring, like a bracelet, continuously turned under the effect of the chopsticks. His other hand was not idle, and one golden incense ring after another was put into the pot. Xu hurriedly took the plate, and the golden incense rings came out of the pot one after another. Suddenly, the fragrance overflowed, and people began to eat. When the 10th golden incense ring of the same size came out of the pot, Ming Yuan stopped. He covered the stove to extinguish the fire and said to Xu, "Silence, try it. See if your Uncle Ming's craftsmanship has deteriorated." Xu giggled and said, "Uncle Ming's craftsmanship is the best. How can it deteriorate?" Nian Bing. When the first golden incense ring came out of the pot, Nian Bing had already forgotten everything and was completely immersed in Ming Yuan's skillful cooking. At this time, he was holding a pair of chopsticks and picked up a golden incense ring to take a bite. He nodded approvingly and said to himself, "Fragrant, crisp, and crisp. It breaks with the slightest touch, as expected of good craftsmanship." Ming Yuan saw that Nian Bing had overstepped her boundaries and actually ate the golden incense ring first. Just as he was about to flare up, he heard Nian Bing continue, "The delicate hands are kneaded into jade. The green oil is fried to a tender yellow color. The night of spring sleep is light, and the beauty is wrapped in gold. Good, it is indeed a top-grade golden incense ring." Xu said unhappily, "Nian Bing, what are you doing? Who told you to eat my breakfast?" Nian Bing was startled, and only then did she come to her senses. She hurriedly stuffed the golden incense ring into her mouth and put the chopsticks aside. She said vaguely, "I'm sorry, Mississippi. The chef's craftsmanship is really too exquisite, so I—" As she spoke, she hurriedly swallowed the golden incense ring into her stomach, and her expression became a little more awkward. Ming Yuan looked at Nian Bing in shock and said in a low voice, "Who are you? How do you know the formula to make the golden incense ring?" Nian Bing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I only heard it from a person who set up a stall on the side of the road. I felt that it was very appropriate for the golden incense ring, so I memorized it. I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Ming Yuan snorted. "Why don't you look at who you're speaking to when you're lying? If everyone knew the formula to make the golden incense ring, I wouldn't be able to survive." Xue Jing looked at Nian Bing in shock, and just as she was about to say something, she heard hurried footsteps outside. "Miss, chef, not good. Something has happened." Xue Jing lifted the curtain and saw a servant from the Breeze restaurant running over in a hurry, sweating profusely. She couldn't help but frown and ask, "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Tell me slowly." The servant panted and said, "Miss, the news just came. I don't know why, but the city lord suddenly closed all 4 gates of Ice Snow City, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Also, Decheng Pavilion suddenly closed for business today. I also heard that their 3rd shopkeeper suddenly died last night." "Died? The mangy dog Liao Sen died? What is going on?" Nian Bing walked out with Ming Yuan at this time. Ming Yuan said calmly, "Silence, don't worry. Let's go find your father and see if he knows about the situation." Xue Jing nodded eagerly and walked out with Ming Yuan. Before Ming Yuan left, he turned his head and looked at Nian Bing. "I'll find you later. You should go back to the woodshed first." Nian Bing heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "I was planning to stay here for a while longer. It seems like I can't hide my culinary skills anymore. It's a pity that I don't know what special skills the chefs at Deshang Pavilion have. Forget it. If she couldn't hide it, she would go to Feng Nu's place. After the Zhenyang saber was embedded, she would quietly leave Ice Snow City. Ice Snow City was closed today, and Decheng Pavilion was closed for business. Why? Liao San's death shouldn't be enough to close the city. Decheng Pavilion. The dazzling hall seemed a little dignified today. The entire hall was clean and tidy. There were dozens of tables, but only one table in the center was occupied. There were more than 10 people in total, but only one person was sitting. The rest were standing respectfully behind him. It was a woman with long white hair. She sat there like a statue, carved out of ice jade. Her white robe with golden edges set off her cold and noble temperament. Her beautiful face made it impossible for anyone to have the slightest blasphemy towards her. Her body seemed to be surrounded by a layer of frost. Her eyes were closed, and her entire body was so cold that no one could approach her. Among the dozen or so people standing behind the woman, except for a magician wearing a green magician's robe, everyone else seemed to be trembling with fear. The magician's green robe had a golden hexagram pattern on the chest, and in the center of the hexagram was embroidered a rising vortex. It looked extremely luxurious. "Why isn't the president of the Martial Arts Guild here?" The woman in white finally spoke. The hall seemed to have become colder. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, reporting to the goddess priestess, "The president of the Martial Arts Guild is out on business. He rarely stays in Ice Snow City, so he is not here." The person sitting in the hall of Decheng Pavilion was the only goddess priestess on the continent who had the title of God Summoner. She was the symbol of the Ice Moon Empire and the strongest person in the magic world. Only she could close the 2nd largest city of the Ice Moon Empire with a single sentence. The goddess priestess said faintly, "You are all leaders in Ice Snow City. I will give you 3 days to investigate every corner of Ice Snow City and find the stone of Ice Snow Goddess. If the person who has it is very powerful, as long as you force him to use the magic power of the Godstone, I will personally take care of everything." The middle-aged man who spoke before said with some difficulty, "Goddess priestess, you also know that Ice Snow City is very big. Isn't 3 days a little too short?" The goddess priestess slowly opened her eyes. A cold blue light shot out and shone on the middle-aged man. He suddenly quivered and wanted to take a few steps back to stabilize himself. Marquis Noah, if you feel that the position of the Lord of Ice Snow City is not suitable for you, I can help you adjust it at any time. When Marquis Noah heard this, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, "No, Goddess Priestess, I didn't mean that. How can we dare to disobey your orders? However, without any clues, I can't guarantee that I will be able to find it." The Goddess Priestess coldly snorted and said, "Last night, on the way here, I clearly felt the energy of the stone of Ice Snow Goddess. It must be an Ice Snow City. If this matter is not done well, I will hold you responsible first." Marquis Noah had a bitter look on his face. Looking for a stone in such a big city was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, they only had 3 days. If the city was sealed for 3 days, it would certainly have a great impact on Ice Snow City. There would be problems with the operation of the entire city. But at this time he had no other choice. It was useless to reason with the Goddess Priestess. He helplessly nodded and said, "I will do my best." "Goddess Priestess, there is something I don't know if I should say." A humble voice came from behind. The one who spoke was the second shopkeeper of Deshang Pavilion. He and the head shopkeeper had been standing at the back. When he suddenly spoke, it immediately attracted the attention of the people in front of him. One of them, an old man wearing a golden robe, said in a deep voice, "Impudent! You have no right to speak in front of the Goddess Priestess." The second shopkeeper's eyes revealed a look of fear. He hurriedly said, "Yes, owner." "No matter. If it is related to the stone of Ice Snow Goddess, let him speak." The gaze of the Goddess Priestess fell on the second shopkeeper. The second shopkeeper only felt his whole body turn cold. It was as if he was naked in front of everyone without any secrets. Yes, Goddess Priestess, it is like this. Last night, my third brother, who is also the third shopkeeper of Deshang Pavilion, was suddenly killed. The person who killed him was a magician. What kind of magic did he die under? The words of the Goddess Priestess were very concise. The second shopkeeper was stunned for a moment. He said, "I don't know much about magic. It seems to be a big fireball." The boss of Deshang Pavilion said angrily, "Is there something wrong with your head? Didn't the Goddess Priestess just say that it has to be related to the stone of Ice Snow Goddess? Get out. Don't waste the Goddess Priestess time." The second shopkeeper hurriedly said, "No, boss, let me finish. Although my third brother died under the fireball, it is very strange. When the fireball bombarded his body, his whole body fell into a sea of fire and was burned black. But his head was not black. Instead, it was covered with a layer of frost. It is still there now. Perhaps. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Goddess Priestess. She said, coldly, "Bring the body up for me to see." "Yes, Goddess Priestess." The shopkeeper of Deshang Pavilion hurriedly complied. After a while, Liao San's body was brought up. Under the burning of the fireball, the body had long been burned into a charred state. A foul smell assailed the nostrils, causing everyone present to cover their noses. A layer of faint white light enveloped the body of the Goddess Priestess. Without looking at her posture, her slender body was already in front of the body. Like spring onions, her jade-like hands reached out from her robe and pressed down. Her mental power instantly enveloped the charred body through the ice element. Others may not have felt anything, but as the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Union, Wind Archmage Longji was greatly surprised. Although with his position, this was not the first time he had seen the Goddess Priestess, a god-sent master and the state teacher of the Ice Moon Empire, use magic for the first time. But seeing her so easily use spiritual detection magic without chanting an incantation, as expected of the number 1 magician of the continent, the Goddess Priestess slowly raised her head, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Her gaze fell on the second shopkeeper. "Speak. Tell me in detail what happened last night." The second shopkeeper agreed and hurriedly described the situation last night in detail in fear and trepidation. He did not dare to omit anything. Under the invisible pressure of the goddess priestess, he did not even dare to conceal the fact that Liao San went to visit a prostitute. When he said that the black-clothed man called himself the demon killer, the faces of everyone present could not help but turn ugly. On the continent of Yangon, the most hated profession was not prostitutes, nor was it thieves or robbers. It was assassins. Especially for magicians who were not good at close combat, they hated assassins the most. This was because even a high-level magician would have a hard time surviving an assassin's sneak attack if they were unprepared. However, this was the first time they had heard of the existence of a magician among assassins. Moreover, it was obvious that this magician was not ordinary. Chapter 14. After listening to the second manager's narration, the ice goddess priestess slowly nodded. Demon killer? It seems that there was more than one person there at the time. You're quite smart to be able to see some clues from Liao San's death. That's right, the real cause of his death wasn't the explosion of flames. Before the explosion, his head was already injured by ice magic and his brain was baptized by ice. He was already dead before the explosion of flames reached his body. Look, although his head is a bit charred due to the ice, it's still intact. Using my spiritual force, I discovered that his wound is very small, only the size of a pinhole. He should have been killed by a needle-shaped attack. Moreover, there's clearly the aura of the ice goddess stone on his head. Clearly, this magic was emitted by the ice goddess stone. That's right. The magician who killed him is extremely strong in magic control. To be able to condense ice into a needle shape and pierce through the hardest part of a person's skull, he should at least have the strength of a sorcerer. The fire magician you saw was clearly just a cover. Only with the cooperation of two magic killers could the scene at that time be formed. Long Ji, immediately gather all the ice sorcerers in the city here. Whoever has the aura of the ice goddess stone is the murderer. Long Ji hesitated for a moment before saying, Goddess priestess, I think that the magicians under me shouldn't be assassins. You also know that magicians have a very high status on the continent. With Liao San's identity, I'm afraid that there's no need for a sorcerer to make a move. For two magicians to form an assassin team, there's clearly something fishy about it. I hope you can investigate thoroughly. The goddess priestess clearly had a good impression of Long Ji. She wasn't as rude as when she rebuked the Marquis. She said indifferently, although what you said is reasonable. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Bring them all here. After my investigation, everything will naturally be cleared up. It seems that the ice goddess stone has been obtained for a long time. The number of ice sorcerers is very limited. It seems that the person hiding in the dark is not simple. Do as I say and try to solve everything in the shortest time possible. At the same time, send the other magicians under you to guard the 4 gates of Ice Snow City. Do you understand? Long Ji nodded respectfully and said, I'll go now. After he finished speaking, his body flashed with a green light. When everyone came back to their senses, his body had already disappeared. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the priestess of the snow goddess. She thought to herself, Long Ji is indeed worthy of being called the most outstanding magic genius on the continent. He's only in his 50s, but his wind magic has already reached the point of perfection. With my guidance, perhaps within 20 years, there will be another God's Descent Master in the Ice Moon Empire, a wind magic God's Descent Master. However, did he need to do that? The dignity of the Ice God Tower was inviolable. Nian Bing is chopping firewood in the woodshed. He has just answered all kinds of questions from Uncle Li, and it is not easy for him to dodge them. The wonderful chef, Wang Mingyuan, gave him quite a shock. His skill is definitely not something that can be achieved through practice. He is indeed worthy of being the head chef of the Qingfeng Pavilion. However, compared to what he imagined, Wang Mingyuan is still a little lacking. This is because he can also make the same golden fragrance ring. At most, his speed is a little slower than Wang Mingyuan. Although he has already noticed something, Xu Ejing does not seem to have noticed. This time, she brought me to learn the golden fragrance ring technique from Wang Mingyuan. Perhaps it is to compensate for the red hand on my face. At that thought, Nian Bing couldn't help but smile bitterly as he touched his bandaged face. Even though the swelling of the palm print was gradually subsiding, it would take at least 2 more days for it to heal. That slap really wasn't light. However, Xu Ejing's healthy and beautiful body is indeed very attractive, but her skin feels. Shaking his head hard, Nian Bing secretly scolded himself. Why am I thinking about these messy things? I haven't gotten my revenge yet. The most important thing now is to gradually improve my strength and not to put my thoughts in this aspect. It seems that I can't go to Feng Nu's side for the time being. If she sees the palm print on my face, I don't know what she will think. The same goes for the Magician's Guild. I'll think about it in a few days. He is at a loss. It is because of Xu Ejing's slap that he quietly stayed in the woodshed for 3 days and avoided a fatal disaster. 3 days have passed. Nian Bing is just like an ordinary servant, chopping firewood every day. Other than chopping firewood, he would go back to his room to cultivate his ice and fire magic in silence. During cultivation, the ice goddess stone only absorbs the ice element in the air and does not release ice magic. Therefore, no matter how powerful the ice goddess priest is, it is impossible for them to discover his location. Nian Bing has been waiting for Mingyuan to come find him, but Mingyuan never appeared. Even during meals every day, he did not eat with the chefs, because he saw the process of Mingyuan making the golden fragrance ring with Xu Ejing's help that day. The other chefs were somewhat alienated from him. Apart from Uncle Li, no one in the kitchen would take the initiative to talk to him. Nian Bing is also happy to have the peace and quiet, so naturally he will not take the initiative to greet them. 3 days have passed, and the slap mark on his face finally disappeared. Nian Bing finished his work in the morning. After informing Uncle Li, he quietly sneaked out from the back door of Qingfeng Pavilion. At this time, the north gate of Ice Snow City is completely under martial law under the guard of thousands of soldiers. The Castellan, the president of the Magician's Guild, and the important people in Ice Snow City are all secretly relieved. The god of plague in their hearts is finally leaving. How can they not be happy? After 3 days of strict search, the person the ice goddess priest is looking for is not found. The 2 ice elemental sorcerers in the Magician's Guild also passed her spiritual detection. For the normal operation of Ice Snow City, the ice goddess priest has to temporarily give up everything. Lord Marquis, this time I have to thank you for your help. The person with the ice goddess stone has probably left Ice Snow City. I will continue to investigate. If you find anything, immediately report to the Ice God Tower. Archmage Long Ji, please cooperate with the investigation. If an unfamiliar ice elemental sorcerer appears, you must find out the origin, understand? The Marquis and Long Ji both agreed. Under their escort, the ice goddess priest walked out of Ice Snow City. The wide sleeves of the white robe gently waved, and the light between heaven and earth completely darkened. Snowflakes floated in the air. The ice goddess priest actually stepped on a palm-sized snowflake and floated away. Her amazing skill made people gasp in amazement. Seeing the ice goddess priest leave, the Marquis couldn't help but let out a big sigh of relief. He looked at Long Ji and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Old Long, I'll treat you at noon. Let's go to Qingfeng Pavilion for a meal. I know you like the bland food there. These past few days, I've been so nervous. I'm afraid I didn't serve the ice goddess priest well. Long Ji smiled and said, I should be the one treating Lord Marquis. These past few days, I've also been like this. Even my magic training time has been reduced a lot. I think Qingfeng Pavilion's green bamboo wine should be able to help us calm down. I've already told Big Brother Shue that this time he'll take out 30 years of green bamboo wine for us to taste. Big Brother Shue, you won't be stingy, right? As he said that, Long Zhi looked at a white-clothed middle-aged man not far behind him. The white-clothed middle-aged man looked to be around 40 years old. His appearance was very elegant, just like a scholar. The golden-clothed boss of Great Accomplishment Pavilion was beside him. At this time, when he heard that the Marquis and the president of the Magicians' Guild had both chosen Qingfeng Pavilion, his face became somewhat gloomy. The white-clothed middle-aged man helplessly smiled and said, "You guys just can't forgive me. Drink, drink, drink. In any case, there won't be any left after drinking. Brother Jean, how? Do you want to taste it together?" The boss of Great Accomplishment Pavilion indifferently said, "Many thanks, Brother Shuiyu. However, Great Accomplishment Pavilion still has a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Liao Sen also just passed away, so I won't go. I'll come another day to apologize." Shuiyu smiled faintly. "It's not good to force you. Lord Marquis Oldlong, let's go. There have been too many things these days. Even our Qingfeng Pavilion's business has been greatly affected because of the lockdown." At Shuiyu's reminder, the Marquis slapped his forehead and said in realization, "Look at my memory. Come, immediately pass on my order to lift the seal on the city. Let's go, I want to drink more today. These 2 days have really tired me out. I'm old, and my body can't take it anymore. Old Shui, you have to let the wonderful chef King, personally, cook today. His bamboo dishes are the most suitable for my current taste." Nian Bing made several turns and arrived at the entrance of the shop. She held some vegetables and meat in her left hand and lightly knocked on the door a few times. "Feng Nu, are you there?" Footsteps sounded and the door opened. Feng Nu poked her head out of the door. When she saw Nian Bing, she couldn't help but smile and hurriedly opened the door. "Come in, great chef. You finally remembered me today?" Nian Bing bitterly smiled. "I wanted to come a few days ago, but there were too many things to do, and I didn't have time. I'm really sorry, but I'll definitely make a good meal for you today." Feng Nu blinked her bright eyes and smiled. "I was just joking with you. You took it seriously. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I don't care what I eat. Actually, I don't want to eat the food you cook. If I eat too much and become picky, what should I do when you leave?" After saying the last word, she realized that her words were wrong. Her pretty face couldn't help but slightly blush. She hurriedly turned around and walked inside with Nian Bing. Looking at Feng Nu's perfect back, Nian Bing secretly nodded. In terms of appearance and figure, Xu Ejing and Long Ling were inferior to Feng Nu, especially Feng Nu's noble and elegant temperament, which made people have a good impression of her. Coupled with her gentleness, Nian Bing would definitely be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't moved by such a perfect woman. However, he now only regarded Feng Nu as a friend and put all his thoughts on improving his cooking and magic. Before the matter of the Ice God Tower was completed, he really didn't want to think about other things and distract himself. Arriving at the courtyard, Nian Bing looked up at the sky and smiled. "I'm going to the kitchen to cook first. I'll be done in a while." Feng Nu looked back and smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry. Take a rest first." "Oh, right. Don't make such troublesome things today. I'm really sorry. You're a guest, so I should cook for you. But I'm really too stupid. Besides cooking porridge, I don't know how to do anything else." Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu's smile and couldn't help but be a little infatuated. He muttered, "Feng Nu, you're really beautiful. Ah, sorry, I'm going to cook first." Saying this, he took the things and hurried to the kitchen. Looking at Nian Bing walking into the kitchen, Feng Nu's eyes revealed a strange light. The gentleness disappeared and was replaced by a trace of coldness. She seemed to be thinking about something and muttered to herself, "Forget it. It's enough for me to get the parting heaven sword. Why should I be greedy for his stone of fire? Since he cooked for me, I'll let him have it. I think the elders won't blame me. This person called Nian Bing is really strange. He actually has so many treasures on him. If it was Big Sister, I'm afraid he wouldn't have anything left. Forget it. Who cares about him? I'll get the Zhengyang saber and return the favor to that old man, Hua Tian. Saying this, the coldness in Feng Nu's eyes gradually disappeared. She looked at the kitchen again and revealed a trace of confusion. This time, the speed of cooking was much faster. The reason why Nian Bing had chosen the extremely complicated pigeon meat rice last time was because he didn't have enough ingredients. This time he had brought fresh vegetables and meat, so it was naturally much easier to handle. In just half an hour, the entire shop was filled with a delicious aroma. The standard 4 dishes and 1 soup were all different in color. Judging from the color and aroma, it was already the best. Nian Bing placed the dishes on the table in the courtyard and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He smiled and shouted into the room, "Feng Nu, it's time to eat. Come quickly. It smells so good. I finally don't have to eat porridge again." The light fragrance rushed into his face. Feng Nu rushed to the table at an extremely fast speed. Nian Bing only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and the chopsticks were already in her hands. Feng Nu pulled a stool from the side and followed Nian Bing, but her eyes never left the table. "Wow, are you cooking? Why do all the things you make look like handicrafts? I can't bear to eat them." Although she said this, the chopsticks in her hands had already reached out and directly picked up a plate of sparkling red and yellow dishes. Nian Bing smiled and said, "If no one eats the food made by a chef, then he is a failure. I don't want that. It's good that you eat all of them. I know you have a big appetite, so I specially made more today. There will always be some left over from these 4 dishes. You just need to heat it up at night, and it will be enough. The taste shouldn't change too much." Feng Nu picked up a golden object with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. While chewing, she clearly felt that the meat was extremely tender and smooth, and the fragrance of the gravy was overflowing. After chewing twice, her lips and teeth were already filled with the fragrance. The salty and fresh part of the meat couldn't help but arouse her appetite. Nian Bing handed over a bowl of rice and said with a smile, "This dish is a little salty, so it's suitable for eating rice." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing and praised, "It's great. I said that the taste would be picky because of you. It seems that it's about to become a reality. Why don't you eat it? What was this thing that I just ate? It's so tender. Is it fish? But there's no fishy smell." Nian Bing smiled and said, "I came here after eating. We have to open for business at noon, so I ate breakfast a little later. I'm not hungry. I'll go back in time for lunch later, so I won't eat here. What you just ate was not fish. It's a very ordinary dish called red gold frog. The red ones are round little chili peppers, and what you just ate was frog meat. The frog meat is very tender and it's fresh and sweet. It's one of the best meats. As long as the fishy smell is removed, it will be very delicious. Hurry up and eat more." Even without Nian Bing's reminder, Feng Nu would definitely not eat less. While continuously eating, she chatted with Nian Bing with a clear voice. Her skill was so high that Ling Nian Bing was greatly impressed. "Nian Bing, you just said that you have a place. Do you know someone in Ice Snow City?" Feng Nu said while eating. Nian Bing shook her head and said, "No, I just found a job. You should know that place. It's Qingfeng Zhai in the city. It's not far from here." Qingfeng Zhai? The food there is so expensive. I haven't eaten there, but I heard that it's very good. With your skills, you must be the best chef there. Although I haven't eaten there, I'm sure that the food made by the chefs in Qingfeng Zhai is definitely not as good as yours. Nian Bing smiled and said, "You guessed wrong. I don't cook there. Other than my master, you're the first person to eat my food. In Qingfeng Zhai, I'm just a woodcutter." With a pft, Feng Nu spat out all the rice in her mouth and coughed loudly. This gave Nian Bing a fright. Nian Bing hurriedly scooped a bowl of soup for her. While patting her supple back, he sent the soup into her red lips. In his hurry, he couldn't care less about how intimate he looked at this moment. After a bowl of hot soup entered her stomach, Feng Nu finally recovered. She gasped for breath and said angrily, "Are you trying to choke me to death? Even if you're joking, you shouldn't joke like this." Nian Bing patted her back and smiled bitterly. "Who's joking with you? I'm just a woodcutter in Qingfeng Zhai. Your mental endurance is too weak. Calm down first." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing in surprise. "Are you really chopping wood there? Do you have a fever?" As she said that, she stretched out her slender little hand and touched Nian Bing's forehead. The warm little hand brought a trace of fragrance. Her soft and smooth skin made Nian Bing's heart skip a beat. He grabbed her hand and said, "I'm fine. I chose to chop wood there because I didn't want to expose my cooking skills. The head chef of Qingfeng Zhai, the great chef Wang Mingyuan, has superb skills. I only went there to see what special skills he had. Why did I have to expose myself? If they knew my true cooking skills, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to leave." Feng Nu's voice suddenly became much softer. She lowered her head and said, "You let go of me first. How can you do this?" Nian Bing was shocked. Only then did he realize that because his right hand was holding Feng Nu's hand, his left hand had stopped patting her back and was now hugging her waist. Feng Nu's elastic body was completely in his arms. Such an intimate scene stunned him. He hurriedly let go of his hand and helped Feng Nu to sit up. No matter how smart he was, when faced with such an awkward situation, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He was tongue-tied for a long time before he stuffed the chopsticks into Feng Nu's hand. He coughed twice and looked at the big tree outside the courtyard wall. Feng Nu's eating speed was not as fast as before. Although she was still eating, her mood was very complicated. Strange feelings kept rising in her heart. Although she knew she shouldn't be like this, she couldn't help but steal a few glances at Nian Bing. For this meal, she obviously didn't eat as much as the pigeon meat rice last time. She only ate half of it before she put down her chopsticks. Nian Bing was just about to help her clean up when he was stopped by Feng Nu. Feng Nu glanced at him and said calmly, "Let me do it. You sit for a while. I'll be done in a while." Nian Bing stood up. His mood was also complicated. He nodded and said, "Feng Nu, then I'll leave first. I'll come back to see you in 2 days." Feng Nu was a little disappointed and said, "You're leaving so soon?" Looking at her somewhat bitter eyes, Nian Bing couldn't take it anymore. He thought to himself, if this continues, I'm afraid I'll really be trapped. It's better to leave quickly. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and nodded. "I still have a lot of things to do when I go back. I can't take someone's salary for nothing. The matter of the righteous young saber is not urgent. Don't tire yourself out. Just take your time." Feng Nu nodded and put the leftovers in the kitchen. She personally sent Nian Bing to the door and said with a smile, "If you don't have anything to do, you can come back. Thank you for lunch." Nian Bing's mind had recovered a little at this time. He smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? I should be thanking you. Go back, you're a girl. Close the door. Goodbye." After saying this, he finally left the shop in embarrassment. He immersed his mind in the same source of ice and fire magic. Only then did his mind calm down. Feng Nu watched as Nian Bing gradually walked away. She couldn't help but laugh, the silly boy. The dignified successor of the ghost chef actually went to chop firewood for others. Only he could think of such a thing. But he's so silly that he's cute. If I bring him back, I don't know what the elders will think. His culinary skills are really superb. After leaving the shop, Nian Bing did not directly return to the Breeze house. He had already passed the agreed time of 3 days. He didn't know if the people of the Magician Guild would still recognize him. No matter what, he had to go there first. As long as he could read in their reference room, relying on his memory once would be enough. He would not go there again in the future. At most a month, he would leave Ice Snow City and go to the next stop. Because of his hatred for the Ice God Tower, he did not want to do anything for the Ice Moon Empire, even if it was just the Magician Guild of the Ice Moon Empire. The trauma he had suffered when he was young had caused Nian Bing to have a cold nature. Everything he did was centered on himself. Apart from improving his abilities for revenge and pursuing the peak of culinary skills, he didn't want to do anything else. The ban on Ice Snow City was finally lifted. The streets were obviously lively. The people who did not dare to go out because of the lockdown for the past few days were now buying things they needed in various shops in the city. Especially the shops that sold daily necessities at this time were as busy as a marketplace. Feeling the lively scene in the streets, Nian Bing's mood could not help but improve. He identified the direction of the Magician Guild and strode towards it. Although the weather was hot, because he was carrying the morning dew dagger inlaid with the ice goddess stone, Nian Bing did not feel stuffy. Along the way, he looked around and felt free and at ease. Ice Snow City was indeed very big. Although Nian Bing walked very fast, it still took more than 2 hours to reach the entrance of the Magician Guild again. The pointed building made the Magician Guild very conspicuous. Because it was daytime, there were 2 guards wearing magic robes standing at the entrance of the Magician Guild. The 2 of them were about 16 or 17 years old. From the inconspicuous small logo on their magic robes, they were only magic apprentices and at most had the strength of a beginner mage. Striding forward, Nian Bing walked to the entrance of the Magician Guild and said to the 2 beginner mages guarding the door, "Hello, I'm looking for magic shooter Leon." The beginner mage on the left glanced at Nian Bing and asked doubtfully, "You're looking for magic shooter Leon? What's the matter?" Nian Bing said, "It's like this. 3 days ago, I came to the Magician Guild to take the magic test. At that time, it was too late, so Magic Shooter Leon told me to come find him the next day. But the next day, the entire Ice Snow City was in lockdown, so I couldn't come. Today, the lockdown was over, so I came immediately. I'm really sorry to have made Magic Shooter Leon wait for so long." The 2 young beginner mages showed surprise in their eyes. The one on the right said, You're the great mage who is younger than Sister Long Ling?" Nian Bing was stunned and said, "You know me too?" That day, Magic Shooter Leon did say that I already have the strength of a great mage. The beginner mage on the left looked at Nian Bing strangely and said, "These 2 days the president asked us to look for you in the city, but we couldn't find you. You're finally here. Come in with me." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that even if his magic strength wasn't weak, there was no need for the president of the Magician Guild to personally order him to look for him. There was something fishy about this, so it was better to be careful. While thinking, he followed the beginner mage into the Magician Guild for the second time. As he walked, he secretly thought about how to deal with all kinds of situations. The beginner mage brought Nian Bing to a room in the Magician Guild and poured him a glass of water. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go and inform Magic Shooter Leon." This room was very large and seemed to be specially used to receive guests. There were murals on the walls that were similar to the previous test hall. Even the table in front of him had a hexagram pattern. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. Water sorcerer Li Hua walked in from outside. As soon as he entered, Nian Bing immediately felt a strong pressure enveloping him. He turned his head and saw that Li Hua was looking at him with a strange gaze. He was standing there looking at him. "Greetings, Archmage Lychee." Nian Bing quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Lychee. "Hello," Leon said calmly. "I have been waiting for you for 3 days. The lockdown is only for the outside. For the people in the city, it isn't too strong. It shouldn't affect your movements." Nian Bing said calmly, "I just came to Ice City not long ago. The sudden lockdown made me a little scared, so I waited until the lockdown was over before coming here. I'm sorry." Leon frowned. "Scared? As a mage with strong spiritual power, I'm afraid it's not easy for such negative emotions to appear." Nian Bing's face turned slightly red. "I came from a small place and have never seen such a big scene. It's so embarrassing." Leon kept his eyes on Nian Bing. His spiritual power shrouded Nian Bing's body, But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find a trace of weakness on Nian Bing's body. He smiled faintly and said, "In that case, come with me. From now on, you are a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild. Let's go. The ceremony is ready." He turned and walked out. Nian Bing hurriedly caught up with Li Hua and walked behind him. The dark character condensed his ice and fire power. If anything happened, even though the other party was a magic shooter, if he used two extreme spells at the same time to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to confuse him for a while. Then he would have a chance to escape. As he walked, he found it strange that the magic shooter here was trying to test him. Could it be that the fact that he killed Liao San had been exposed? Liao San was just a shopkeeper of De Changxian. There was no need for a magic shooter like him to show up. With doubts in her heart, Nian Bing followed Leon into the main hall of the Magic Guild. The hall was unusually spacious. It was more than twice the size of the testing hall. In the hall, there were a few people standing there and talking. Magicians from low to high had different emblems on their chests. Beginner magicians only had a small emblems on their chests, such as a small green whirlwind for wind magicians and a red flame for fire magicians. Because the color of a magician's robe was different according to the magic they used, these small emblems were very difficult to distinguish. At the intermediate level, there would be a silver border around the small emblems. At the advanced level, there would be another border. At the advanced level, there would be a total of 3 borders around the emblems. At the advanced level of Magic Shooter, the emblems would be bigger and turn golden. No matter which element a magician belonged to, their emblems were all golden. This was the standard for all magicians in the 5 empires on the continent. Archmages were almost the limit of magicians. The emblems on their chests would return to their original color, but there would be an additional 6-pointed star, just like Long Ji, the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild. There were a total of 5 magicians chatting in the hall. 2 of them looked about the same age as Leon and were actually magic shooters. The other 3 also had the emblems of great magicians. They were obviously the elites of the Magic Guild. Seeing Leon and Nian Bing walk in, they couldn't help but look at them. One of the fire magicians with the emblems of magic shooters on his chest smiled and said, "Leon, is this the newcomer you tested the other day? I can't tell from the surface." Chapter 15. The first thing Nian Bing did when he saw so many high-level mages was to carefully hide his ice and fire magic, especially the aura of his fire magic. With so many high-level mages around, he would most likely be attacked mercilessly if he made any sudden movements, let alone escape. Hearing the fire sorcerer's words, she hurried forward and said respectfully, "Nian Bing greets the seniors." The fire sorcerer who had spoken earlier seemed to be very straightforward. He laughed and said, "Don't call me senior. It's said that there is no seniority in learning. The one who reaches the top is respected. At your age, I seem to have just entered the realm of intermediate magician. At that time, it was already very fast. Welcome to our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild." At this time, the 3 great magicians had retreated to the side because of their low status. In front of a sorcerer, a great magician could only be subservient. The other sorcerer had a golden ice flower insignia on his chest. Obviously, he was an ice sorcerer. He was not as easy to talk to as the fire sorcerer. He snorted coldly and exuded a gloomy aura. Li Hua walked to the 2 sorcerers and turned to Nian Bing. According to the rules of the guild, when a new member joins the guild, there must be at least 1 elder in the realm of a sorcerer to hold the ceremony. If the new member is only an intermediate magician or below, then a great magician can also hold the ceremony. Your strength has reached the realm of a great magician. So today I invited the other 2 elders of the guild to hold the ceremony for you. Unfortunately, the president is out on business. Otherwise, it would be more appropriate for him to hold the ceremony for you. Please come forward and stand in the center of the hexagram. Li Hua pointed to the ground. Nian Bing agreed and walked to the center of the 3 sorcerers. Standing in the center of the hexagram, Li Hua's face revealed a faint smile. I, Li Hua, am a water sorcerer. As an elder of the Ice Moon Empire's Guild of Magicians, I hold this ceremony. Great elemental god, under your witness, Nian Bing will become a great magician of the guild. She will take pride in the honor and glory of the guild and dedicate her life to the guild. Nian Bing, let me ask you, are you willing to sacrifice everything for the guild? I'm willing. Nian Bing replied without the slightest hesitation. What everything referred to was too vague, but the binding force was extremely strong. Wasn't joining the Magicians' Guild equivalent to entering a huge cage? Although Nian Bing agreed verbally, she added 2 more words in her heart. When put together, it was, I'm not willing my ass. Li Hua smiled and nodded to a Grand Magician. The Grand Magician's magic robe was very strange. It was silver. He stepped forward and murmured a few words. A silver light flashed, and a light blue magic robe appeared in his hand. That was the magic robe that symbolized the identity of an ice magician. Although ice and water were of the same origin, the color of the ice magician's magic robe was lighter than that of the water magician's. Seeing the appearance of the magic robe, Nian Bing thought to herself, is this the so-called space magic? In the world of magic, the 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wind were the foundation, and then special magic such as ice and thunder were derived. Space magic, light magic, and dark magic were very rare. Usually, the most common magic on the continent was space magic. As for light and dark magic, according to legend, these 2 magic seem to have been lost. However, when she was young, Rong Tian once told Nian Bing that these 2 magic were actually not lost, but only some people with special bodies could master them. In terms of energy, light and dark magic were not much stronger than other magic, but they had their own special characteristics and were much more difficult to deal with. If she had the chance in the future, she would have to consult the Grand Magician of the Space Magician. It would be great if she could also use space magic. It was said that this kind of space magician could use a special space magic to store their own things, and it was very convenient to take them. If she could use that kind of magic, she would not have to carry so many things with her. She could even buy more spices to keep with her. Of course, Li Hua did not know that Nian Bing was thinking about using space magic to store spices. He took the magic robe from the space magician and walked to Nian Bing. He said, "The elemental god will bless you, child. Wear this magic robe and you will become a member of the union. We are all your family and friends." Looking at Li Hua's sincere eyes, Nian Bing could not help but feel a little confused. However, she was not confused for too long. She took the magic robe from Li Hua and put it on herself. The size was just right. Obviously, it was made according to her figure. The light blue magic robe felt very good to the touch. It was obviously made of special materials. The whole magic robe exuded a faint magic aura. Although it was not strong, it was good for her to absorb ice elements. There was a moon symbol embroidered with silver silk on the inside of the robe. At the bottom of the moon was a white ice flower. This was the symbol of the Ice Moon Empire. Looking at the 3 circles of silver around the ice flower on her chest, Nian Bing secretly called out in her heart, "Dad, Mom, do you see? Your son is now a Grand Magician, a dual-element Grand Magician. Just you wait. It won't be too long. I will definitely go to the Ice God Tower again." Li Hua looked at Nian Bing wearing the magic robe of an Ice Grand Magician and could not help but praise her in her heart. Nian Bing, who was already handsome, looked even more handsome in the luxurious magic robe. Her eyes were bright, and she gave people a good impression. She smiled and said, "Sure enough, people need clothes. Put on the magic robe. You are a real Ice Moon Empire magician." Nian Bing respectfully saluted the 3 sorcerers. "Thank you for your help, sorcerers." Li Hua nodded to the space magician again. With a flash of silver light, a delicate magic staff and a silver badge appeared. The badge also had the symbol of the Ice Moon Empire on it. In the center of the silver ice flower was a transparent gem, which emitted faint magical waves. The magic staff was only a foot long. The body of the staff was blue, and at the head of the staff was a milky white gem, which emitted a faint frosty mist. Although it was far inferior to the ice goddess stone, it was still a rare gem. Li Hua first handed the hexagonal badge to Nian Bing. This is the symbol of our Ice Moon Empire magicians. With your status as an Ice Grand Magician, you are equivalent to a Chiliarch in the army. With this badge, you can dispatch any soldier under 1,000 to fight for you in any military camp in the 9 major cities of the Ice Moon Empire. At the same time, with this badge, you can also receive a salary from any branch of the Union. The salary varies according to your rank. With your current rank, you can receive 20 purple gold coins per month. The badge has a special mark left behind by our Union, so it cannot be faked. Therefore, you must keep it well. If you lose it, immediately report it to the headquarters. We will cancel the effect of this badge according to the mark on the badge. 20 purple gold coins, that was 200 gold coins. In addition to the power that the badge brought, it was definitely a treasure. It seemed that under the lifelong obligation, there was also lifelong power. No wonder Father had said that joining the Magicians' Union was the dream of ordinary magicians. With this badge, it would be much more convenient for her to travel the continent in the future. After thanking Li Hua, she carefully put the badge into her bosom. At this time, Li Hua took the magic staff and said with a smile, "This magic staff is called Icicle. Originally, with your cultivation, the Union should not have given you such a precious magic staff. However, I have discussed with the President. The President saw that you are the youngest Archmage and have a bright future. So he gave you this magic staff in advance, which is supposed to be a reward for ice magicians of the sorcerer level. With it, you can increase the tempo of your incantation by 1/3. At the same time, when you condense your magic power, the ice element will be more obedient to your command. You have to keep it well. This is already a magic item of the gold tier." Gold class? Magician Li Hua, what is the meaning of gold class? Nian Bing asked the doubts in her heart. She did not know how the grades of magic items were differentiated. Li Hua smiled slightly and said, "It seems that although you have been in contact with magic for a long time, you do not really understand magic. Among all the magic items, gold class is already quite high. Magic items are divided into 6 classes: divine class, subdivine class, dark gold class, silver class, and bronze class. Although gold class is only the 4th class, you must know that a single gold staff is worth more than 1,000 purple gold coins on the market. Dark gold class magic items are extremely rare. The highest grade, divine class and subdivine class, are very difficult to obtain. Even the President only has a subdivine class staff. As for the real divine class, it is said that only the ice goddess priestess of the ice god tower has one, but I do not know what it is exactly. It does not seem to be a staff." Nian Bing looked at the icicle staff in her hand and thought, "If that is the case, then what is the level of my morning dew dagger when used as a staff?" She was afraid that it would be at least a dark gold class treasure. After all, the stone of the ice goddess was obviously much stronger than the icicle stone on the staff. "Thank you, magic shooters and President, for your cultivation. I will work hard to practice and strive to become a more powerful magician as soon as possible." Nian Bing's heart had already flown to the library of the Magic Guild. Now that he had obtained all that he needed, all he had to do was memorize the ice magic incantations that he needed. Li Hua smiled slightly and said, "I have given you what you should, and the ceremony has been completed. Now, I will tell you some of the rules of the Magic Guild, so that you will not make mistakes in the future. You must remember the most important ones. First of all, as a magician of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild, you must unconditionally obey the orders of the Magic Guild at all times. Once the Magic Guild is in danger, you will become a member of the Magic Legion. As for your specific position, it depends on your magic level at that time. This is something that you must abide by. Otherwise, Not only will your magic level be revoked, but you will also be severely punished by the Magic Guild. Nian Bing nodded. Since she had obtained so many rights, it was inevitable that she would have obligations. Li Hua continued. Second, when the Ice Moon Empire is in danger, as the Magic Guild of the Ice Moon Empire, we have the obligation to help the Ice Moon Empire fight against foreign enemies. Under such circumstances, you must unconditionally accept conscription and become a magician of the Magic Legion of the Empire. Of course, under such circumstances, the Empire will pay you extra, and the amount will be very high. If you make a contribution, you will also be rewarded. After hearing this, Nian Bing was very confused. Since it was the Magic Guild of the Ice Moon Empire, shouldn't the interests of the Empire be its first priority? Why was it that in the rules, the first rule was to unconditionally obey the orders of the Magic Union? Understanding it from this point of view, it felt very strange. Could it be that the Magic Union would go against the Empire when their own interests were threatened? Li Hua continued. Third, after becoming a magician of the Magic Guild, if the Magic Guild needs you to hold any position, you must obey the orders of the Magic Guild. Of course, in your current situation, the Magic Guild can arrange any position for you. The most important thing for you now is to work hard to improve your magic cultivation and strive to reach the realm of Magic Shooter as soon as possible. Once you become a Magic Shooter, you will have a great say in the Magic Guild and will be awarded the honor of being an elder of the Magic Guild. Nian Bing gathered her thoughts and nodded. She said, I will definitely obey the orders of the Magic Guild. Is there anything else? Li Hua said indifferently, These 3 rules are the most important. As for the other small rules, they don't matter. When you reach the realm of Magic Shooter, the Magic Guild will naturally give you more rights. Of course, you will also know more about the affairs of the Magic Guild. Now it seems that on the whole continent, the 5 great empires have their own magic guilds. Because of the existence of the Ice God Tower, our Ice Moon Empire has always been regarded as the most powerful one among the 5 great empires. However, they don't know that our Magic Guild and the symbol of the empire, the Ice God Tower, are not in the same field of magicians. Although there are hundreds of ice magicians in the Ice God Tower, they only obey the orders of the priests of the Ice Moon Empire. If we don't count them, among the 5 great empires, the Magic Guild of the Ice Moon Empire is the weakest. In the Magic Guild, there is a total of 1 magician, 8 elders of the Magic Shooter level, and a total of 39 great magicians, including you. The rest of the low-level magicians are just over 1,000. Our overall strength is much weaker than that of the Ice God Tower. The other 4 great empires have at least 2 magicians, especially the Huarong Empire, which has 3 fire magicians. It is said that the oldest fire magician, Prince Rong of the Huarong Empire, is extremely close to the level of a divine magician. Therefore, in order to prevent our Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild from falling, you must work harder in your cultivation. The more powerful you are, the more advantageous it is for the Magic Guild and even for the Empire. Do you understand? When Nian Bing heard the name Prince Rong, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. How could he not know that the Huarong Empire's Magic Guild was very powerful? That was his hometown. Back then, if Prince Rong hadn't sent a large number of magicians to hunt them down, he and his father wouldn't have had to flee the entire continent like stray dogs. In the end, his father made the decision to go to the Ice God Tower to rescue his mother, but his father was also trapped. The Huarong Empire, Prince Rong, these were the deepest pain in Nian Bing's heart. Nian Bing, what are you thinking? Are you okay? Li Hua called out with some dissatisfaction. Nian Bing came back to his senses and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I was thinking that if the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild could one day reach the level of the Huarong Empire's Magic Guild, I'm afraid our status in the Ice Moon Empire would be no worse than that of the Ice God Tower. Li Hua sighed and said, This is just a wish. It's easier said than done. It takes a lot of time to cultivate an outstanding magician, and the number of true geniuses is pitifully small. Now, the number of people who are willing to cultivate magic is getting fewer and fewer. Compared to magic, martial arts are much easier to learn. Aside from the large-scale destruction and long-range attacks, martial arts are not inferior to magic in any way. I really wonder if this ancient cultivation method of magic will still exist on the continent after a few hundred years. The ice sorcerer at the side frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Li Hua, you talk too much. Since the ceremony is over, let's end it here." Li Hua came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Oh, right, I'm really old and muddle-headed. Nian Bing, the ceremony is completely over. The two of you can go meditate. Nian Bing, I heard from Shi Jiao and Ling that you want to learn more ice magic spells. Come with me. I'll take you to the Library of the Union. There are things you need there." Hearing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was what he wanted most. He hurriedly agreed and followed Li Hua out of the hall where the ceremony was held. When he passed by the ice sorcerer, a weak voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Boy, when everything is over, come to my room to find me. I live in the westernmost room of the Union's dormitory. Remember, you must come, understand?" Nian Bing's heart moved. At this time, of course, he couldn't answer. He just silently nodded behind Li Hua and followed him out. It was the first time he had seen the ice sorcerer. Why did he want to see him alone? Was there a purpose? Forget it. Now that he was a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union, he believed that the ice sorcerer wouldn't dare to mess around. First, he would go to the library to learn something useful to him. Under the guidance of Li Hua, Nian Bing followed him around the tall building where the ceremony hall was located. They walked to the back of the Magicians' Union. It was really big, and the back was a different world. One after another, tall buildings were closely connected. Although the buildings looked very grand, for some reason, they gave people a feeling of oppression. As they walked, Li Hua said to Nian Bing, "I'll arrange a dormitory for you later. You can live here. This is a right that only magicians above the level of great magician have." Nian Bing's heart sank and said, "Sorcerer Li Hua, can I still go outside?" Li Hua smiled and said, "Of course you can. In the Union, unless there is a special order, no one will restrict your freedom. You can go in and out freely, and you can also travel outside. The room I'm referring to is a permanent room arranged for you. You can live here whenever you come back. However, I suggest that you should practice more and improve your magic power as soon as possible. I'm looking forward to seeing when you can break through the realm of sorcerer. Come, we've arrived at the library." He led Nian Bing into a small building that looked inconspicuous. The small building was very clean. From the outside, it seemed that there were 4 floors. However, each floor was not very high, so it didn't look conspicuous from the outside. Li Hua smiled and said, "This is the place. This library has a total of 4 floors. Many of the materials here are already unique on the continent. Therefore, you can read here, but you can't take any materials away, especially the 3rd and 4th floors. Oh, right, you can't enter the 4th floor. Let me give you an introduction. In the library, according to the magician's level, the materials stored here are different on each floor. For example, the 1st floor is more suitable for beginner and intermediate magicians. The 2nd floor is suitable for senior magicians and great magicians. The 3rd floor requires the strength of a sorcerer to enter. As for the highest floor, although it is the smallest, it records many lost high-level magic. Only those who have reached the realm of Archmage can enter and read it. At the same time, they also need the approval of the president. Although the president has never seen you, he has a very deep impression of you. He specifically told me that because your control of magic is close to the realm of sorcerer, you can go to the 3rd floor to read magic books. That way you can learn more things. Even if you go out to practice in the future, your strength won't be affected by the lack of spells. Well, you can read here by yourself. After a while, the president will be back. At that time, he should want to talk to you. If there is anything you don't understand from reading here, you can also ask me or the previous ice sorcerer, Warren. His level of magic is more profound than mine. He is the fourth elder of the Union. Nian Bing looked at the rows of bookshelves on both sides. She couldn't help but feel an impulse. For a magician, this was definitely a treasure trove. The books here were, of course, not as simple as magic spells. Just the records of magic and the notes left by past magicians were precious enough. Teacher Li Hua, thank you so much. Can I call you that? Li Hua smiled and said, Of course you can. Watching you young people gradually grow up, I really feel that I am getting older and older. Now, I only hope that when I die, I can see our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union become even more powerful. And all of this depends on you young people. If you have the chance, you can interact more with Ling Er. She's the same as you, a great ice magician. Although she's a bit weaker than you in terms of magic power and control, she's very smart. She often has her own unique views on magic. If you can interact more often, it'll be a good thing for anyone. Nian Bing nodded and said, I know. Thank you, Teacher Li Hua. Li Hua sighed and said, You know that the city has been sealed these few days, but I'm afraid you don't know the reason. I can see that you are an honest and good child. When the president comes back, he will interrogate you. You just need to answer truthfully. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. He asked, What's going on, Master Lizzie? I am really curious. Why would the city be sealed? This shouldn't be good for Ice Snow City. Just the fact that the merchants who came from afar can't enter the city is a big problem. Li Hua sighed and said that can't be helped. Who told him to have so much power? Nian Bing asked, Then what happened? Can you tell me? Li Hua glanced at Nian Bing and said, Well, it's not a big secret anyway. A few days ago, the city was sealed because a big figure came to Ice Snow City. She came to investigate the whereabouts of an item. That item is said to be very precious. It is a magic item. I'm afraid it is close to the level of a divine weapon. I heard from the president that it is called something like the Stone of Ice Snow Goddess. Even if Nian Bing's mind was stable, when she suddenly heard the word Stone of Ice Snow Goddess, she couldn't help but be shocked. Her expression changed greatly. Fortunately, at this time he was behind Li Hua. Li Hua couldn't see his expression. Nian Bing's heart beat obviously faster. She asked tentatively, Stone of Ice Snow Goddess? Then the person who came should be from the Ice God Tower. That stone must be something from the Ice God Tower, right? Li Hua turned around and looked at Nian Bing. At this time, Nian Bing had regained her composure. From her face, other than pretending to be surprised, nothing could be seen. Yes, it is something from the Ice God Tower. The reason why it is precious is because the person who came this time is the symbol of our Ice Moon Empire, the state preceptor, the Ice Goddess Priestess. Nian Bing was shocked. When he was 10 years old, he had seen the Ice Goddess Priestess once. He remembered very clearly that with the strength of a fire magic shooter, his father was like a child in front of the Ice Goddess Priestess. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If it wasn't for his mother risking her life to save him, his father would have died in the first attack of the Ice Goddess Priestess. At this time, when he heard the name that he hated the most in his heart trembled. He finally understood that the martial law in Ice Snow City was because of him. However, how did the Ice Goddess Priestess find out that the Stone of Ice Snow was in Ice Snow City? Could it be that when he used the Morning Dew Dagger, he released the aura of the Stone of Ice Snow Goddess and lured her in? Yes, it must be like that. After figuring this out, Nian Bing's back couldn't help but be soaked in sweat. If he had accidentally used the Morning Dew Dagger during the 3 days of lockdown, he was afraid that he would have fallen into the hands of the Ice Goddess Priestess by now. It seemed that he still needed to keep a low profile. Before he mastered magic, he definitely couldn't let that woman discover his existence. Li Hua looked at Nian Bing, who was lost in thought, and smiled. Everything is already in the past. You don't have to think too much about it. I think that with the strength of the ice goddess priestess, as long as that thing really does exist, it wouldn't be difficult to take it back. All right, you stay here and read the book while waiting for the president. I'll go back first. Nianbing, you have to remember that as a mage, you have to meditate all the time in order to better improve your strength. I've already activated the restrictions on the first 3 floors of the library. Don't ever try to enter the 4th floor. Otherwise, the magic traps there can easily take your life. After Li Hua left, Nianbing was the only one left in the huge library. Nianbing wasn't in a hurry to find what he needed. He stood in place and pondered, trying to clear his mind. The appearance of the ice goddess priestess had thrown his mind into chaos. He only wanted to do one thing now, and that was to leave Ice City immediately. Since the ice goddess priestess had already noticed this place, who knew when she would come again? When that time came, would he still be so lucky? Nianbing wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid of the ice goddess priestess. Even if he had to fight the ice goddess priestess head-on, he would still dare to make a move against her. However, he was a rational person. He knew that if he did that, he would only sacrifice himself in vain. Therefore, he told himself that he had to be calm. Only by being rational could he achieve his dreams. Leave this place? It seemed that this was his best choice. However, the Zhangyang saber hadn't been completed yet. He couldn't leave yet. 1 month. There was still 1 month left. He hoped that nothing would happen in this 1 month. At this moment, Nianbing had already decided what he would do for the next month. He carefully kept the morning dew dagger. He had decided that before he left Ice City, he would never use this dagger again. At the same time, it was also the sigh of the ice goddess. After thinking through all this, Nianbing's mood improved a lot. Since the lockdown had ended, it meant that the ice goddess priestess had left. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with this 1 month. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on his face. On the 1st floor, he started to look for what he needed. When Nianbing started to learn magic, he was already wandering on the mainland with his father. Although his father's knowledge was profound, he was still young at that time. Other than some important things, he couldn't remember much. He knew that what he needed most now was theoretical knowledge. Only with a good foundation could he learn better and become stronger faster. Therefore, he didn't rush to the 3rd floor. Instead, he started from the 1st floor. First, he picked up a book called Detailed Explanation of Magic Theory. Chapter 16. During the reading process, time always passed very quickly. There were many windows in the library, attracting the light from the outside. Nianbing leaned against the bookshelf, constantly reading the things that interested him. Although the 1st floor was filled with the most basic of magicians, but he seemed to have found a treasure. Some of the situations that he couldn't understand in the past were answered by the books, one by one. When Cha Ji first taught him culinary skills, he had taught him that no matter what he learned, the foundation was the most important part. This principle, in the process of learning culinary skills later, Nianbing had a very deep understanding of it. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the magic lamps in the library automatically lit up. They were powered by the lowest grade of magic stones. Nianbing didn't have any intention of leaving. With the help of the bright light, he began to read the 4th book that he read today. At this time, the library door suddenly opened. Although Nianbing was reading, he was very alert. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the door. The person who appeared was not the president of the Magicians' Guild that he expected, but someone he knew, the great ice magician, Longling. She was also the only daughter of the president of the Magicians' Guild. "It's you." Nianbing looked at Longling with some surprise. He smiled slightly and greeted her. Longling looked at him with the same surprise and said, "Why are you here?" "With your magic cultivation, you don't need to read the books on the 1st floor." As she said that, she closed the door. She was also wearing a light blue ice magic robe. She gently looked at Nianbing with a trace of a smile in her eyes. Although Nian Bing looked at her, because he had been reading the book, his eyes were still showing a look of concentration. Coupled with his handsome face, Long Ling suddenly felt a trace of strangeness in her heart. Nian Bing stood up, waved the book in his hand, and said with a smile, "There's no other way. I don't have a good foundation in magic, so it's good for me to learn more about the basics. I'm not good enough for spells." Long Ling walked to Nian Bing's side. The faint fragrance from her body made Ling Nian feel refreshed. Long Ling was not short either. She was only slightly shorter than Xuejing. She looked up at Nian Bing and said, "You are really eager to learn. I heard from Uncle Li that you haven't left since noon. It's already time for dinner. Let's go and have dinner with me." There were so many books here that they couldn't be finished in a day or two. "You still have time. Aren't you hungry?" At the mention of hunger, Nian Bing was indeed a little hungry. He had not eaten since lunch. He carefully put the book back and said, "Then let's go." "Miss Long Ling, is the president back?" he asked tentatively. Long Ling glanced at him and said, "Why are you always so polite? Now that you have joined the union, we will be a family in the future. Call me Ling. Miss, it sounds so awkward. If there is a chance, I want to ask you more about magic control. I feel that I have worked hard enough, but in terms of magic control, I am still far behind you." Nian Bing had a good impression of Long Ling. No matter what, her voice was always soft and gentle. It was very comfortable to listen to. "All right, Ling, then you lead the way. This place is really big." The two left the library. Long Ling led Nian Bing to the north. As they walked, she said to Nian Bing, "Father came back a long time ago, but at noon, he drank too much wine with Lord Marquis and Uncle Shui. When he came back, he fell asleep. He slept for a long time before waking up. When he heard that you were already here, he asked me to call you. Wine is really a waste of time. Nian Bing, do you know how to drink?" Wine. Hearing this word, Nian Bing suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Of course, he knew how to drink. He even knew how to brew wine. As a chef, as long as it had to do with eating and drinking, the ghost chef had taught him everything. "I can drink a little, but I don't usually drink." When they were in the peach blossom forest, it was always him who accompanied Cha-Ji to drink. Cha-Ji's alcohol tolerance was very good. So, under Cha-Ji's pressure, his alcohol tolerance was also not bad. However, in order to maintain his good taste, Cha-Ji usually only let him drink once every 1 or 2 months. So, Nian Bing was not addicted to alcohol. Long Ling smiled and said, "It's better to drink less. Wine is not a good thing. Drinking too much is easy to get into trouble." Together with Long Ling, Nian Bing felt very relaxed. The two chatted for a while and had already arrived at a building with a spire not far from the library. Long Ling brought Nian Bing directly to the second floor. "We usually eat here. Father, other than me, only has one disciple, Shurjiu, whom you met last time. The other magicians usually eat in their own rooms. Eat first. After eating, I will bring you to a place to rest. In the future, if you want to stay or go out, it will be convenient." The two entered a room on the left side of the second floor. As soon as they entered, Nian Bing saw Shurjiu. Shurjiu looked at Nian Bing and frowned slightly. There was a person sitting above him. He was wearing a green magician's robe and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. From the symbol on the chest of his magician's robe, it was easy to recognize that this person was the only magician in the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union. At the same time, he was also the president of the union. Nian Bing looked at Long Ji. At the same time, Long Ji was also sizing him up. Looking at Nian Bing's handsome face and feeling his restrained aura, Long Ji couldn't help but secretly nod. He was good at judging people. Just from the surface, he could see that Nian Bing was much stronger than his disciple. Although he was younger than his daughter, his aura was clearly steady. Adding on the fact that he was the youngest Grand Magician, Long Ji couldn't help but have a good impression of him. Nian Bing walked to the front of the table and respectfully bowed to Long Ji. Nian Bing greets the president. Long Ji pointed to the seat beside him and said, "Please sit. Welcome to the Union." His tone was very calm, but it gave Nian Bing a trace of invisible pressure. Nian Bing's mind had already completely retracted from receiving the knowledge. Although he was polite on the surface, his heart was always vigilant. He walked to Long Ji's side and sat down, trying his best to remain calm. Long Ling didn't sit next to Shi Jiao. Instead, she sat next to Nian Bing and said with a smile, "Father, I'm hungry. Let's eat." The round table was already filled with food and the aroma filled the air. Long Ji smiled and said, "Everyone is here. Come, Nian Bing, you have to eat more. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can eat with us." As he said that, he took the lead and picked up his chopsticks. Shi Jiao glanced at Nian Bing, his eyes revealing a trace of sinister light. Although it was just a flash, Nian Bing, who was always vigilant, still noticed it. Her heart moved, and she subconsciously looked at Long Ling beside her. As smart as she was, how could she not understand Shi Jiao's meaning? Long Ji didn't eat much. His aura was always locked on Nian Bing. Seeing him look at his daughter, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Nian Bing, you and Ling are both ice magicians. In the future, if you have the chance, you can learn from each other and improve together. Where are you from? How long have you been practicing magic?" Nian Bing thought in her heart that this was it. She hurriedly put down the chopsticks in her hand and respectfully said, "I am from the Huarong Empire, but I left with my parents when I was young. I have been practicing magic for about 10 years. However, I have never had a master to guide me. I have been practicing magic by myself. I have made a fool of myself." Long Ji smiled indifferently and said, "If you can reach your level by just fumbling around, then us old fellows should really retire. Sorcerer Liu rarely praises people, but he has praised you very much. Since you have already joined the guild, you don't have to be so restrained. From now on, we are all family. If you have any questions, you can ask any of the elders in the guild for guidance, or you can look for me directly." Nian Bing looked at Long Ji, her mind racing. He was indeed the president of the Magician Guild. His sharpness was completely restrained. Compared to him, Shi Jiao was simply a small insect. "Thank you, President. I spent the whole afternoon in the library today. It is really a sea of magic. I think just the knowledge there is enough for me to study for a long time. If there is anything I do not understand, I will definitely ask you for guidance." Long Ji pointed to the dishes on the table and said, "Don't just talk, eat more." Nian Bing maintained vigilance in her heart. She could not taste the dishes at all. Long Ji only asked some inconspicuous questions, but Nian Bing was very clear that as long as she answered slightly wrong, she would immediately be in big trouble. Shi Jiao and Long Ling cast their gazes on him from time to time. Long Ling's gaze was mostly curious, but Shi Jiao's gaze was a combination of jealousy and resentment. "Nian Bing, where have you been these few days when the city was sealed?" Long Ji asked the crucial question. Nian Bing thought to himself, "You've already gotten the news from Li Hua, yet you're still asking me. Clearly you don't trust me. The city has been sealed off for the past few days. As you know, I came from a small place and haven't seen much of the world. I don't know what happened either. I have a friend who lives in the city. She owns a blacksmith shop, so I stayed there for a few days." "Blacksmith shop? I know most of the good blacksmith shops in the city. Which one is it?" Long Ji did not give in at all. Although his tone was flat, his sharpness was revealed. Nian Bing smiled and said, "You definitely don't know where she is. It is a very small blacksmith shop. It is called the smuggled blacksmith shop. Usually, there are very few customers. The competition in their industry is very fierce, and it is not easy to live there." Smuggled blacksmith shop? Hearing this name, Long Ling could not help but laugh. She laughed and said, "With such a name, how can his business be good? You should really persuade him to change. Nian Bing agreed and said, Yes. I also told her, but she is very stubborn. No matter what I said, she would not change. I can't do anything. I am not very familiar with her, so it is not good to say too much. Long Ji put down the chopsticks in his hand and said with a smile, All right, you guys eat. I drank a bit too much this afternoon. In addition, I am a bit tired from the past few days of sealing the city. I will go rest first. Ling, Sergio, you guys take care of Nianbing. The dormitory has already been arranged for her. You guys can take her there. Nianbing, the union will not restrict your freedom, but I hope you can stay for a few more days and cultivate. Nianbing quickly nodded in agreement. He stood up and watched Longji leave. He knew that he had temporarily passed, but Longji would definitely send people to check the smuggled blacksmith shop. With Feng Nu's intelligence, there should not be any flaws. Thinking of this, his heart relaxed a bit. He finally had the mood to eat. The taste of the dishes on the table was very ordinary, but for him who was hungry it was enough. Sergio finally spoke for the first time. Nianbing, what plans do you have for the future? Do you want to stay in the union and cultivate, or do you want to go out and gain experience? He emphasized the word experience. Nianbing put a mouthful of food into her mouth and said vaguely, I haven't thought about it yet. However, I will definitely stay in the library for a few more days. Let's talk about the future. Sergio said with some disgust, You really have no manners. Don't you know that it is impolite to talk to people while eating? Nianbing knew that he was deliberately attacking her, but she did not care. Swallowing the food in her mouth, she said, I am really sorry. I came from a small place and do not understand these etiquette at all. In the future, I will need Big Brother Sergio to teach me more. He put on a look of fear and trepidation, but in his heart he was sneering. It was simply too easy to deal with a villain like Sergio. Long Ling said, Senior brother, don't blame Nianbing. In the future, we will teach him more. Nianbing, eat more. One look, and I can tell that your daily life is very tough. In the strange atmosphere, the meal finally ended. Sergio would occasionally mock and ridicule Nianbing, but Long Ling would constantly speak up for him, making Sergio even more jealous. On the other hand, Nianbing acted as if nothing had happened and ate heartily, filling her stomach without any reservation. Big Brother Sergio, Ling, I am done eating. Look. Nianbing looked at Sergio with an innocent expression. Long Ling stood up and said, Let's go, I will bring you there. The food in the union is getting worse and worse. Nianbing, I will bring you to the Clear Breeze restaurant to eat some other day. The food there is delicious. Sergio also stood up and looked at Long Ling with some infatuation. He said, Junior sister, you go back and rest. I will send Nianbing there. Long Ling did not insist. She smiled and said, Senior brother, then I will have to trouble you. Nianbing is new. If there is anything she does not understand, please teach her. Sergio looked deeply at Nianbing and smiled at Long Ling. He said, Don't worry, junior sister, I will. Nianbing, let's go. Nianbing bid farewell to Long Ling and followed Sergio out of the dining hall. Along the way, Sergio did not say a word. He brought Nianbing to the magician's dormitory. The building that served as the dormitory was not big. Walking into the corridor, Nianbing observed carefully. There were about 50 rooms here. Just as the sorcerer said, only people with the cultivation of Grand Magician and above could arrange a place to stay here. Sergio brought Nianbing to an important place in the corridor. He took out a silver key and opened the door. Turning around, he looked at Nianbing and said, It's here. Walking into the room, Nianbing looked around. There were 2 rooms inside and outside. The outer room was about 20 square meters. There was a 3-seater sofa and 2 single-seater sofas side by side. The room was very refreshing. The floor was made of wood, and when one walked in, it would make a light sound. At the entrance of the outer room was a washroom that was about 6 or 7 square meters. All the toiletries were available. The inner room was relatively smaller, about 10 square meters. The large bed looked very comfortable. The magic lamp in the room emitted a soft yellow light. This was indeed a comfortable place to live in. Sergio closed the door behind him and walked to the sofa to sit down. There is hot water here for 24 hours. You can wash up at any time. You can eat in the dining room outside. It's not the one just now. When you enter the door, there is a large dining room on the right. That is the public canteen. Of course, you can also ask the servants to send food to your room to eat. If you need anything, you can just press the magic button on the wall. As he spoke, he pointed to a red button on the wall. Nian Bing thought it was indeed worthy of being called the Magician's Guild. All the equipment was built with magic as the foundation. The treatment of a great magician like her was really not bad. Sure, Ju pointed to the sofa at the side. Nian Bing said, "Sit down. I have a few words to say to you." Nian Bing, of course, knew what he wanted to say, but her face revealed a blank expression. She walked to the sofa next to Sergio and sat down. Sergio did not look at her and calmly said, "Nian Bing, after joining the guild, your identity is different. However, you are still a newcomer. It's best if you put all your energy into practicing magic. Don't think about anything else. Especially don't get close to people you shouldn't get close to. I have already lived here for 20 years. I am more familiar with everything than you. You better listen to this advice to avoid problems in the future." Nian Bing laughed in her heart, but her mouth said, "Big brother Sergio, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." "That's right. I still haven't thanked you for bringing me into the guild. If it wasn't for you and Miss Ling Er's help, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy to join the guild." Sure, Ju leaned on the back of the sofa and boasted shamelessly, "It's good that you know. In the guild, although I am not a sorcerer, I have a position close to a sorcerer. As for Ling, Master has high expectations for her. She will put most of her energy into practicing. In the future, if you don't have anything to do, don't go looking for her. Do you understand? Ling and I grew up together. In the future, she will definitely be my wife. I don't want other men to get too close to her." Seeing that Nian Bing was a little stunned, Sergio finally couldn't help but speak the truth. Nian Bing suddenly said, "So it's like this. Only a person like Big Brother Sergio can match up to Miss Ling. Little brother congratulates the both of you first." Sergio's eyes revealed a trace of joy. The previous unhappiness immediately disappeared with Nian Bing's words. "You think so too?" Nian Bing said sincerely, "Of course. When I first met Big Brother Sergio and Miss Ling, I knew that the both of you were a match made in heaven. Big Brother, don't worry. I only treat Miss Ling, as an ordinary friend. With my humble background, it's impossible for me to have any excessive thoughts." Hearing Nian Bing's clarification, Sergio was immediately overjoyed. He smiled slightly and said, "Little brother, since you've already joined the guild, don't mention this identity anymore. With your character and looks, you'll definitely find a good partner in the future." With regards to Nian Bing's tactfulness, he couldn't be more satisfied. He immediately changed his name from Nian Bing to Little Brother. He was in a great mood. Nian Bing smiled and said, "In the future, Little Brother will have to rely on Big Brother's help in the guild. You must give Little Brother more pointers. In the future, if Big Brother has any problems, just say the word. As long as Little Brother can do it, it's my duty to do it." Sergio stood up and said, "Good. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand in the guild, just ask me. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. From now on, we're brothers. I'll take my leave first." Sergio handed the key in his hand to Nian Bing. He also had his own little calculations. He knew that Nian Bing's magic level was higher than his. Since he didn't have the heart to Long Ling, Having such a brother would naturally be beneficial to his position in the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild in the future. Nian Bing stood up and sent Shurjiu to the door. She smiled and said, "Big brother, you should rest early too. Little brother won't send you off." Shurjiu suddenly smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, "I heard from teacher Li Hua that you are very interested in the information in the library. Let me tell you, in fact, the first 3 floors only have some ordinary magic information. Only the 4th floor has the secrets of our guild. It's just that there's a very powerful magic restriction there. Even the sorcerers in the guild can't enter it." Nian Bing's heart moved and said, "Big brother, in that case, could it be that you have a way to go in?" Shurjiu said confidently, "Didn't I tell you just now? My position in the guild is special. I grew up with Master since I was young. I once entered the 4th floor with Ling, and Master. After all, we are Master's disciples and will more or less receive some care. However, this is a secret. You can't tell anyone. If there's a chance in the future, maybe I can bring you in to take a look. It's just that the various records inside are abnormally difficult to understand. In fact, there's not much use in going in. The meditation method that Ling and I are using now is obtained from the information there. Our cultivation is much faster than the average person. In the future, we will be a family. If there are benefits, Big Brother will definitely not forget you." After saying this, Nianbing smiled mysteriously and turned to leave. After he left, Nianbing also smiled. Is he trying to bribe me? It seems that this Shurjiu also has the idea of forming a clique. This is good. I'm just afraid that he's too upright. In the future, as long as I tempt him, there won't be any secrets in the 4th floor of the library. I wonder what kind of special magic records there are. Thinking of this, Nianbing's heart couldn't help but burn. If she could learn more powerful magic, going to the Ice God Tower wouldn't just be a dream. Walking to the inner room, Nianbing carefully took out her morning dew dagger from her bosom and hid it under the mattress. Looking around, she took out her newly obtained icicle staff and walked out of the room. Let's go back to the cool breeze study first. After being out for so long, she hoped that Uncle Li wouldn't be suspicious. She also hoped that her luck wouldn't be so bad and that Ming Yuan wouldn't find trouble with her. Thinking that this was very likely to happen, Nianbing hurriedly left the Magicians' Guild as quickly as possible. After confirming that no one was following her, she took off her magic robe and bought a square cloth from the street. She wrapped the magic robe and icicle staff in it, and then used her fastest speed to return to the cool breeze study. Just as she entered the back door, she immediately saw a slender red figure. Her whole body suddenly stiffened. "Me, miss, why are you here?" The surprise this time was definitely not fake. Xu Weijing turned around and looked at Nianbing with an unkind expression. "Hello. I heard from Uncle Li that you left at noon. Why are you only back now? Don't tell me that you went out to have fun." Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, look at me. I'm just a poor boy. What can I do? Did you come to the backyard to practice your swordsmanship again today?" Xu Weijing snorted and said, "I knew that you wouldn't dare to go out to have fun. Even if you want to have fun, you need to have the ability. You don't have that ability. I looked for you a few times today, but you weren't here. I came here specially to wait for you. I wanted to see when you would come back. Forget it. You came back not too late. I'll forgive you this time. However, you have to be careful in the future." Nianbing pointed to the bag in his hand that contained the magic staff and magic robe and said, "Miss, I actually only went to buy some clothes. This is the first time I came to such a big city. I went out to buy some coarse clothes. My luck was good, and I came across a sale. 2 copper coins each. It's worth a lot. Do you want to take a look?" Xu Weijing said with some disgust, "What are you looking at? It's just a few tattered clothes." Nianbing sighed in relief. He secretly thought that his method of retreating after advancing was the right one. The reason why he explained the bag was because Xu Weijing's gaze fell on it. Xu Weijing saw that Nianbing was silent. The expression in her eyes softened a little and said, "Your face healed quite quickly. It seems that your skin is thick enough." Nian Bing touched his face. If it wasn't for the rank 1 healing technique, he was afraid that it wouldn't have healed in a week. She hit him and said that he was thick-skinned. "Women, really?" Xu Weijing said. "Nian Bing, I have something to ask you for help with. I don't know if you're willing." Nian Bing was stunned and said, "Miss, I'm just an ordinary servant chopping firewood. How can I help you?" Xu Weijing snorted and said, "Don't worry about that. You just have to say if you're willing or not." How could Nian Bing say no? He didn't plan to leave the cool breeze study at this time, so he could only helplessly nod and say, "It's my honor to be able to help Mississippi." Xu Weijing's eyes lit up. She was already beautiful, but now she looked even more lively. Her gaze seemed to say that it's good that you know. "Okay, then it's a deal. I need to borrow your face for a bit." Nian Bing was shocked. "Miss you," Xu Weijing said with disdain. "Look at you. You don't have the slightest bit of manliness. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you." At this point, her charming face suddenly blushed a little. She lowered her voice and continued, "Do you still remember what I told you in the pavilion last time? The reason why I want your help is related to that." Nian Bing frowned and said, "Are you talking about that person you like? How can I help you with that?" Xu Weijing snorted and said, "In any case, you've already agreed. If you do this well, I'll ask Uncle Mingyuan to teach you a few more tricks. You'll be able to survive better in the future." Nian Bing sighed and said, "Miss, you still have to tell me what you want me to do." Xu Weijing walked to Nian Bing's side and said in a low voice, "I want you to be my boyfriend." Smelling the virgin fragrance on Xu Weijing's body and hearing the soft and gentle words, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel as if he was on cloud 9. He forced himself to control his emotions and said, "Miss, I'm afraid that's not possible. You're the miss, and I'm just a servant." Xu Weijing raised her hand and hit Nian Bing's shoulder. She said in a slightly annoyed tone, "Listen to me, okay? You're really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Do you really think that I want you to be my boyfriend? I just want you to help me test that guy and see if he's interested in me. Tomorrow night, I'll ask you to attend a banquet with me. Your appearance is not bad, so I said that I wanted to borrow your face. At that time, that person will also come. I'll act more intimate with you. If he has me in his heart, he'll definitely feel jealous." At that time, Nian Bing's heart turned cold for no reason. Was a toad lusting after a swan's meat? Xu Weijing, you're underestimating me, Nian Bing. I might not even like a girl like you. I'll remember this sentence. One day I'll repay you. The misfortune of her childhood made Nian Bing inevitably extreme. She looked coldly at Xu Weijing. At this time, she lowered her head, as if thinking about a beautiful future. "Miss, although my appearance is not bad, my status is low. I'm afraid this is not appropriate." Nian Bing deliberately emphasized the word low. Xu Weijing did not hear the change in Nian Bing's tone. She said impatiently, "I have my own plans. Since I asked you to come with me, I naturally won't let you lose face. That would be embarrassing me. This kind of banquet of the upper class in Ice Snow City is not something that anyone can attend. Perhaps you'll only see it once in your life. You should thank me, but you're still refusing. Tomorrow I'll prepare a magic robe for you to disguise as a magician. I'll arrange the other things. You don't have to worry about it. Tomorrow you don't have to work. I'll look for you in the morning and teach you some necessary etiquette. At the banquet, you don't have to do anything. You just need to follow me. Do you understand?" Nian Bing's heart became colder. She nodded and said, "Well, I'll do my best to satisfy you." Xu Weijing smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely keep my word. As long as you do well, I'll naturally fulfill my promise when you come back. That's it. You should rest early. Tomorrow, you'll be more energetic." After saying that, the red figure floated up. After a few flashes in the air, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nian Bing looked coldly at the direction where Xu Ejing left. She said to herself, "Seeing that you once helped me out, I won't bicker with you. But this is the last time. No one can insult me without paying the price." Suddenly, she thought of something and patted her forehead. "Ah, how could I forget about the appointment? It seems that I have to go back to the Magicians' Union. It's time to keep the appointment. I don't know what kind of tricks that ice sorcerer will play,